What's up, everybody? We're getting started a little early tonight because I had the ability to. I felt like last night's stream got cut a little short, so here we are. What's up? Hang on. Hey, there we are. Wearing the red team shirt tonight. The red team shirt of the rebellion. So, Freak, what's up, man? Hope you're having a fantastic night. Dude, just had a pretty good day today. Just worked on stuff. Not a lot of things broke. Did a little bit of report review. Did a little bit of spreadsheeting for a buddy, and just hacked on a web app. Glad to hear you're doing well, man. All right, letting the lab boot up here for just a second. My poor dog, Panda, took her for a walk earlier today, and the sun this time of year and the humidity in Texas is just off the charts, right? And it's not even like the 100-degree days yet, but the humidity is quite intense. Let's see. What is the humidity right now? 56%. And she's got, all black, pretty much all black fur. So poor baby, I took her for a walk. She comes, we get home, and she's just panting like crazy. Lays down on the tile floor, and she's just like refuses to move. She's like, no, let me vent some heat into the tile. Poor baby. Dude, I know web apps are an important thing, but you know what? So is like GRC, and I don't enjoy GRC either. So I'm really glad there are people that enjoy web apps and GRC, because I sure don't. Hang on one sec. I gotta check something. Let me hop into OPSEC mode real quick. Okay, cool. I was making sure the title in YouTube actually did change. I actually went and picked up a new monitor from this fellow, so I'll be able to I'm adding a fourth freaking monitor to this monstrous array. So in fact, I'll show y'all this. This was something I posted in the memes channel on the Discord. So you've got lawful good, neutral, chaotic, chaotic neutral, chaotic evil. I am very, very fastly trending to chaotic evil here. Oh, you know what I just realized? These are like not even extended. Like this one is extended, but this one is just the same thing in different configurations. That is chaotic evil. Oh, wait, no, they did the same thing up here. I think they just forgot to put the watermark on that one. That's funny. So yeah, very quickly, because I have this monitor, I have this monitor, I have this monitor. I'm about to add this monitor here. True neutral. I can appreciate that. Actually, one of the best hacker dudes that I know, just an absolute wizard when it came to, especially Linux systems, he just wanted one monitor. That was it. One single monitor. I didn't know how he did it, but he said it helped him focus better having it that way. And so, like, you know what? I believe you. T-Mux. Is that... did you mean to say T-Mux on there? Because I love T-Mux. I think T-Mux is a great interface. Here we go. But I doubt I didn't hear about something called Tumex. Oh, now I'm going to search for it while this is booting up. Tumex. One terminal, 1,000 sessions. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's funny. The main Termex site for health fixtures. What is this? Oh, it's an Android terminal emulator. That's cool. NeoVim. I kind of want to play. It's so funny that one of the first things that comes up is a Primogen meme for NeoVim. I actually probably should go watch this because I'm curious about this. Because I was making a joke earlier, like, "Hey, the fans kick on your laptop. What are you loading?" And I was like, "Probably VS Code." Oh, too funny. Good times. Good times memeing on our technology. Let me check something real fast here while this is booting up. Let's get logged in. Let's do some more stuff. So actually, I want to test some stuff with our, what is it? We got our silver ticket working, I believe. I also want to check the, I think the next thing we're going to do is work on the golden and diamond tickets. Oh, so you do like NeoVim. Okay. Only person I've ever seen actually use it was Primogen. And so I want to mess around with it. I just haven't made the time to. And then what was supposed to be a bench week for me next week to just do some professional development stuff at work, I got roped into doing a presentation. So now I got to go put all my slides and crap together. All right, let's give this a second. We should, I think we left our persistence backdoor here, so we should see a DNS beacon kick on as soon as Bob finishes the log again. So, yeah, going live a bit early tonight, guys, because I had the opportunity to, and I felt like last night's stream got cut kind of short. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it just felt like it. I don't know, because we usually have been going towards, you know, midnight-ish here. All right, so let's see. Hopefully here in a minute we're going to get a beacon calling back. I'm curious, actually. Let me go. Let's check our schedule task real quick. I don't remember if we left that schedule task in there or if we took it back out. Let us check. Yeah, actually, we got it in here twice. If not, what's our actions here? DNS x64. That one, let's go ahead and delete that one, because that one's not going to work. But the DNS one should definitely work. Next runtime is at 1:30. Did it run? If it ran, we didn't get anything. Run. There it goes. Awesome. Let's have this check in real quick. We'll get our beacon to come in. Awesome. And then let's go ahead and link. Actually, no, I don't want to link over this. What I do is I want to spawn x64 HTTP, so we'll get a more stable connection. Ooh, actually, I don't know if we can spawn an x64 HTTP. I just realized because this beacon runs a system, so that's probably not going to work. So let's do something different here. Let's do a PS real quick. I'm curious, if we go steal Bob Farmer's token, will that let us do that? I'm curious. Let's try that real quick. Now that I think about it. Steal token 6284. And then now spawn that. I don't think this will do anything different. I'll be curious to see, though. Because I'm pretty sure when we steal that, it's only for network-related processes. It's not for local. So even though we stole it and we're impersonating him, I always assume I'm impersonating Bob to other devices, not to this one. Midnight's puppy walkie time. What's funny is actually I ran into some of my neighbors riding their electric golf cart around the neighborhood drinking beer when I was walking the dog at like midnight. All right, so that did not work like I thought it would. Okay, and that's fine. Let's do something real quick. Let's run a little Mimikatz here. And what we'll do is we'll do Sacrolasa. And we'll do logon passwords. So this will go up there and do Mimikatz. Let's also set the sleep to 0 for now. It'll help DNS suck a little less whenever we're doing this. No, it didn't work because whenever you steal these tokens, usually that's tokens just for network assets. I need to dig into it. Actually, the guys over at 0 Point just released a couple new courses. Check these out. So they have the Kerberos Protocol Fundamentals. This is actually a really good one if you wanted to take it prior to taking RTO1, because you really will need those fundamentals. But this one right here, the BOF Development Tradecraft, I really want to do this one, but immediately later, this one was released about Windows Access Tokens. And I actually really want to do this one so I can understand, hey, how come this kind of one didn't work here, right? So let's come up here. And let's go grab Bob's. There we go. Here's Bee Farmer. Awesome. I want to go grab all this info right here. Copy that. We'll go drop it over in our notes. So here's our creds. And this is going to be for dev, Bee Farmer. We'll just drop those right in. Awesome. So now that we have his NTLM hash, what we can do is this. I believe we can do spawn as. Let me see. Oh. So this one needs a password and a listener. Attempt to spawn a payload as another user. If you don't specify the domain, the beacon will authenticate as a local user. Okay. But there's also a pass the hash module, which I didn't really tinker with too much because I believe this has to hit the LSAS process because it's using Mimikatz in the backend. Let's see. With no PID and Arch arguments to spawn a temporary process and generate and impersonate a token. Okay, actually, I'd be willing to try that. I want to try that. Pass the hash, dev / Bee Farmer, and the NTLM hash. Is that it? 4AE? Wrong window. Yeah, that's it. Actually, let me do something real quick before I do that. Let's rev to self. Drop our token impersonation, and then we'll drop it in here. Yeah, because this is running Mimikatz on the back end. We'll let this run for just a second. I also would be curious to see if this gets flagged by Defender over here. Because I believe if we spawn it this way, it might work. Oh, nope, look at that. Windows Defender found threats. All right, so it's 12:49 a.m. on the box. Let's go look at it real quick. Yeah, and this is what I was expecting. Named pipe helpers. Let's see. Yep, that's exactly what I was expecting right there. So that method kind of gets the kibosh put on it. But one thing we could also do is if we had Bob's password, we could do this. And I'm trying to remember where we found his passwords. I think it might have been... Let me check something real quick. I'm trying to remember where we might have found Bob's password previously. I don't think LSA dump Sam gives it to us. No, it doesn't. Let's see. Actually, let's just try that real quick. Let's try doing some Mimikatz. We don't need to elevate, so let's just do LSA dump Sam. And I'm fairly certain this doesn't give us his, this won't give us his clear text password. I think it's just going to give us his hashes. What was our check-in time on this bacon? 24 seconds. Okay, so it didn't die, thank God. So let's see what's kind of information we're going to get back from this one real quick. Yeah, just the NTLM. I mean, I know Bob's password. I just didn't know if we found it somewhere in the lab and I was missing it. Yeah, I don't see it in here. Let's do something real quick. Yeah, and see, even the make token, like if we do help for make token. So this clones the current access token and sets it up to pass the specific username and password when you interact with network resources. So again, a lot of times when you're doing these impersonations, it's not a local user, or it's not to local resources, it's to network resources. The NTLM hash is it's an RC4, which is like triple des encrypted hash. I forget what the exact formula for it is, but the main thing that's the problem with them is that one, that's really weak encryption, and two, that isn't what is it? I'm trying to think about it. It's not salted. So when you generate a hash, right? Here's what happens. So you take some text, right? So let's say this is my... What am I doing here? Can't write. So this is my password. And that's some string, right? You pass that to a hashing function. And then out comes the hash value. So what happens here is it's exactly deterministic, but it is also random. So small variations in the input make huge changes to the output. Something called the avalanche property. Avalanche. So for example, if you did like just the number 1 and you hashed it, the hash is going to be completely different from like the number 2. These two, not even close. They'll be extremely different. But one of the things that happens though is because they're not salted, the same password in to the hash always gives the same hash. So a lot of times you're just passing that hash around the network. That's where the term pass the hash comes from. So if you get a hold of somebody's password hash, it's almost as good as having their password in here. What would happen with a salted hash is you would say, oh yeah, here's the password, and we're going to append some salt value to it. And then we're going to put that through the hash function. And then the output we're going to save is going to be something like dollar, some number identifier, dollar the salt, and then dollar the hash. So the salt is not secret, but the salt causes it to break pre-computing. You can't pre-compute because now you'd have to go store not just one gigantic namespace for a bunch of hashed passwords. You'd have to store it for all the hashed passwords and all the combinations of the salts. So the salt gets randomized. This value is random at hashing time, and it completely breaks it. The problem is, this is NTLM. NTLM is no salt. It's very bland. So this was actually something I had figured out, was that it was a little bit of a pain to impersonate locally. But one thing we actually can do, if we wanted to kind of get around this, is if Bob had access to other machines, we could actually just impersonate one of Bob's tokens and go get access to those machines. And we do need to do that, but I'm going to do it a slightly differently here. The beacon is running so slow. I know as soon as I switch over, it's gonna say it's gonna work again. Now, also one of the things that I've noticed is that when we're running from an executable versus, say, running from a different process, we might not get flagged as much. But here we go. So one thing we can do, though, is we've got J-King here. If we go steal J-King's process token, 4736, we could jump to Workstation 1, then back to Workstation 2. So let's do that. Let's do token, steal and use, and then we'll do 4736. Now we're going to impersonate J-King. And then what we can do now, well, we got to give it a second because the DNS beacon's slow. It's important to rot 26 your passwords and store them in publicly accessible databases. Field Ed, you are correct. That is the ultimate encryption. Rot 26, never broken. It's the best. It's the most wonderful encryption ever. It's the largest. So, what do I actually want to do? Let's do something here. Let's do PS exec instead. PS exec 64, because I want to see if this works. And we're going to jump over to Workstation 1, and then back to Workstation 2. So we'll do HTTP here. So what should happen is this is going to go over to Workstation 1. It's going to spawn a HTTP beacon as J-King, and it should come back to us. Actually, freak. No, I don't think it will, because PS exec runs a system. Shit. Error time skew. What? We might actually need to go boot up Workstation 1. Because these kind of maneuvers get a little funky if there's not like an active login session. More so on user systems than on server systems. So we'll let this log in real fast here. Rearrange stuff. Actually, so this actually worked out pretty well because I did not want to do this over PSExec64 now that I think about it. Let's do it with WRM. We'll use our Sharp WMI module here. So we'll give this just a second because the DNS beacons, the bandwidth on them is really crap. That's why this is usually just used for long-term persistence and not like your primary exfil channel a lot of times. Hey, so this is actually a lab from the RTO course. This one right here from 0 Point Security. Fantastic course. Solid 9 out of 10, especially for the price that it is. I mean, heck, it could easily be double the price. It'd still be a 9 out of 10. It's really great. I've been enjoying the crap out of it. Did it work? Not work. And so one of the cool things about this is this interface here is a program called Cobalt Strike. Normally the licenses for Cobalt Strike are like $3,500 a month. Or no, sorry, not a month. $3,500 a year. And you get to use it just for the cost of the lab timing for the RTO lab. And so the lab time I think is... Let's go look real quick, actually. Let's see. Can't scroll. All courses. Let me see. I want to see if they had the lab time in here. I guess not. Let me check my dashboard real quick. I'm trying to remember where to go to buy the lab time. I got to go double check it, but I want to say it's about $180 for 2 months of lab time, and that 2 months covers 120 hours of lab time. So you basically it's more like you have 2 months to use your 120 hours of lab time, which is not too bad if you think about it. That gives you like roughly 2 hours a day to be working on it. Okay, so for some reason that did not spawn, but one thing we could do is let's just do an SMB. And then what we'll have is we'll have a link over to it. This one should definitely work. It is pretty AD heavy. It's AD, and I'd say probably the two biggest topics that people might want to beef up on before they do this is Active Directory and just kind of Windows Server administration in general. not to like any great extent, just understanding where you would go to do some stuff. And then also in Kerberos. And here in... Actually, let me show you this. So, one sec. Let me bring back up the course real fast. So if we go over to courses, he's actually got some primer courses in here that would probably be very handy to have. Windows access tokens, he just released this, so I'm looking forward to going through that. There's also an Active Directory fundamentals and a Kerberos fundamentals. So if you took these two, you'd be, and you're familiar with security testing, you'd be pretty well suited to start the RTO. In fact, I think someone said these are just kind of pay what you can. Oh no, they're $29. Okay, 29 British pounds, because our boy Rasta lives in the UK. Most of my hair is gray. Dude, I don't know if you can see it because of the... Hold on. There we go. Right over here. It's all just right here. And I'm starting to get a little bit right there. I didn't actually have any on my head. It's just my hair was so damn thin. I was like, you're gone. Goodbye. You're the weakest link. It's so weird. I wonder why it's not linking over to that. Try something here. What about if we did our invoke decom? Oh, am I just being impatient? Was it trying to do it here? It looked like it was trying to. We should probably go add a cleanup to this so that these files don't just get dumped there and left. Because this is actually running a little bit of custom code we wrote here in the aggressor script, and I don't think we did a cleanup function here. Let's see, for invoke decom, we have it do the upload, but then the very last thing we should do is go drop this. So we should add a little function to go delete this file. I'll have to go check it out. Yeah, it's a really great course, man. I just want to play with some AD lately, and my partner hates it when I turn my office into a fan noise factory. So actually, after I take the RTO exam, we are going to be doing some home labbing. I've got a pretty nice beefy server. We're going to drop this lab in there. It's called the Game of Active Directory. It's from this outfit, Orange Cyber Defense. So we're going to go through and we're going to do a fresh build of it in my home lab, and then we're going to deploy a couple of different red team and a sim-like tool called Weza in there, and so we're going to have a lot of fun with it. We're going to try out a couple other C2s also, because everything in the RTO is done in Cobalt Strike. Here. Hey, there we go. It did come back. What if just invoke decom needed to run? It's like, but honey, you don't understand. Westeros calls for aid. Actually, I was reading those books. Well, reading. I used to commute back and forth from Texas to Louisiana, and that's like a 7-hour drive. And that was with me only taking a single 15-minute stop because there was this one gas station that was right next to a Taco Bell. So, and it was directly by the highway. So I could hit that gas station and hit Taco Bell and have food to eat on the go. And I would just run. And so it was a 7-hour driving marathon. And so I listened to those books. And I finally gave up, I think, at I want to say the 4th book. Whichever one A Feast for Crows is. Because it got too crazy.
User C0Linux is online.
Yes, what's up, man? Thanks for coming online. Yeah, so I gave up at A Feast for Crows because they added like a whole new continent, and I was like, bro, I can't have a spreadsheet in the car while I'm doing stuff. All right, so here at this beacon, this is a rather unstable connection here, because if we look at our actual link table here, we have DNS, and then this is actually this is our DNS beacon. This one is a linked beacon from that. So instead, what I want to do here is we're going to spawn an HTTP beacon directly from this. So we'll spawn x64 HTTP. And I kind of wish Rasta had sent me a referral link for the RTO now. Not to actually get the referral money. I just wanted him to be able to track who from the stream was actually going in and checking out the course. Because, I don't know, I don't know if it felt like this to him, but he was very kind, and maybe it was a bit of a gamble on his part to let me stream the labs. I told him I didn't want to stream any of the course content. I keep it over here on the side of the monitor. But I didn't want to go stream that and just give the course away. But I wanted to be able to use the lab, and we go through the course material, but we also go off on a lot of side quests when we're doing this. So this shit right here, all of this is very side quest. You touch on, at the end of the course, doing what's called a beacon object file, and you also touch on a little bit of aggressor scripting. But as you can see, our aggressor script is now grown to like 1,000 lines, close to 1,100. So we've just been going through and adding functionality and having a blast with it. And fighting the regex. The regex is a beat down. Okay, come on. Spawn me 64-bit HTTP. Come on. Do it, Cletus. I don't get why it's not spawning. Yeah, I eventually want to go through the RTO. He has a more advanced tradecraft course called RTO 2. And I do want to go through that, but it's looking like maybe early July I'll take the exam, we'll be done with this, and then we're going to go off and do a bunch of home labbing after that, working on setting up some stuff to practice doing some red teaming and whatnot. So when we do that, I'm not sure exactly when we're going to get to RTO 2, or I actually still need to ask Rostamouse if he's going to let me stream it or not, like stream the lab material, but not the course again, just like the same way I did here. I think he might. I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see. If he does, that'd be great, because then that means I have another excuse of like just to sit here and do 3 hours of professional development while teaching people, which helps you learn material even better. So I feel like I've learned the material in the lab very well, because I'm explaining like every step of the way what's happening on the stream. All right, so for some reason that did not spawn, which is a travesty. I don't get it. Let's do something here. Let's do jump, invoke decom, back to workstation 2 with an HTTP. I want to try this. So we'll have to be patient with it because this guy is rather slow, so. Let's see, so we'll just give this a second here to think. This is actually why I try not to use... That's weird. We did our sharp WMI here. Let's try that one. And so we're doing everything in the lab also feel with Microsoft Defender enabled, because it's going to be enabled during the exam here. There's no... Jay King is a system administrator. She should totally have access to this. What the French toast? This is annoying. All right, you know what we're going to do is both of you guys are going to die. Exit. And remove. Goodbye. And we're just going to go do this the ugly way, and we'll just go spawn our own session as Bee Farmer. There we go. So all this here is just a download exec cradle for PowerShell. Downloads an AMSI bypass, and then it downloads an HTTP beacon and executes it. And then bam, we've got Bee Farmer now. Ta-da! Close these two. Alright, let's set this to sleep 0. And then we'll have instant access. Very nice. All right, let me go check and see what we were actually doing before I went off on that tangent. So, did we finish our silver ticket stuff? Let's see. Let's scroll down. Yeah, I believe we did. That's right. So we did. Yeah, so we had to have the user, the domain, fully qualified domain name, the domain SID, the hash type and the hash, and then the service we're going to impersonate right here. I kind of wonder if... I was trying to think, should I put some extra helpers in here? Like to explain what the service should look like? Because the service needs to be something like... Yeah, in fact, I think I want to do that. Let's do something here. Let's throw another helper line in here. The whole purpose of this script actually, and Phil, if you want to check it out, it's up on GitHub. The programming language is very esoteric. It's something called Sleep. And this is literally the only system I've ever seen use Sleep. So it's a really odd one here. Let's see. Let's see. Example service would be sifs. What is it? Is it sifs backslash? Sif / wkstn 1 dot domain dot local. There we go. We'll just put that in there. Because the service does have a particular format. Hash, it actually says like, what we're doing here. So I think we'll be good here. This will generate our silver ticket. I thought about actually trying to parse out the ticket and having it automatically do... Actually, I think we did get this working. Let's go try something real fast. Because I think we actually did have it finally start matching the regex. And we used a dirty little trick in that is the ticket has a well-known beginning, and then we just found all that line here. Why? Because the regex engine in Sleep is really weird. It is so damn odd. And just when I think I've got a handle on it, it comes up with some new way to piss me off. So let's try that real quick. Silver ticket. Let's check out and see how the help looks here. Oh, for some reason there's a weird... We can't tap that. Take that out. Anyway, so it looks like it works. The hash and the hash type and the service. Okay. So I think we had the hash for... dang it. I don't think we do have the hash for Workstation 1. Let me look at something real quick. Let's see. I think we had a name pipe in here that we could use to connect to. I don't see it listed, but let me try it real quick. Let's see if it's still here. I didn't see it listed. I don't know what happened to it. But we had a backdoor name pipe for a service. Doesn't seem like it's liking it. Sad. That's alright. Let's do something real quick then.
Hack the planet!
Hack the planet! What's up, Euler? Euler? I heard it said so many different ways, because there was a mathematician named Euler, E-U-L-E-R, and it was said so many different ways by so many different students when I was in school, because my college degree is in math, and so it was just, I always joke about how it's like the pronunciation is always up to interpretation. Let's see here. me do something real quick. Privesk, unquoted service path. Yeah, that's where it should be. Let's go cd to that directory. Oh, you know what? I think I need to do it this way. That's not going to work. I've got this. I'm missing the C. There we go. That's where I got it from. It's pronounced Euler. Yeah. That makes me think of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, you know? Bueller. Bueller. Why is this not working? You're killing me, Smalls. Hang on. I should totally be able to cd to this directory here. Oh, you know what? It might not like... I just realized it might not like that trailing slash there. What the heck is going on? Just let me cd to the damn directory. There we go. God, why was that such a pain? Alright, let me... Let's rm service.exe. And then we're going to copy service.exe.smb01. You know what I just realized? Shit. It's because we did the TCP one. I just realized that. We had a TCP one. Instead of linking to it, we should have done the connect command. Duh. Way to go, Smooth Brain. I'm just right there up on the ball today. We're going to make this service.exe so it doesn't break that again. There we go. Cool, we do have that. Now if we if we run netstat ANOP TCP to look at our listening TCP ports, we should see a 31338 in here. Yeah, there it is. So this is actually a backdoor beacon that we've got here. It's just listening on a TCP beacon. So what we can do is we can connect to that. And then now we've got our system beacon right here. Okay. Nice. All right, cool. So once we have our lay system beacon, I want to do something real quick. Let's go steal token, store, steal, and use. And let's go find what J. King's process was again. That was 4736. Awesome. So now we are J. King. So what we should be able to do now is we should be able to jump using, let's say, invoke decom over to workstation 1. Actually, I want to do it with psexec64. I want to see if it gets caught. psexec64. And what we'll do is we'll do SMB01. Let's go try this. Hey, awesome. So now, if we look at our link here, this was our, let's call this our initial access beacon. We had a backdoor to a vulnerable service, let us get a system beacon. We stole J. King's token, which let us do impersonations over the network, not locally on workstation 2. But that meant we could jump over to workstation number 1, where she's got. So, badass. So once we're on workstation Uno, once we're on workstation number 1, here's what I want to do. Let's do a little mimikatting. And then what we'll do is we'll do Sucker Lassa. And we're going to dump, what is it? I think it's logon passwords. I think that will give us the machine hash. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I misspelled it. Damn it. Hey, Glitch. This is actually a tool called Cobalt Strike. So the only defenses we've got in this lab, Euler, is Microsoft Defender. Yeah. So Cobalt Strike, Glitch, it's usually really expensive, but we're going through this course right here. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty fun. We've made a couple little tweaks to it, so it's not pure Cobalt Strike. I mean, it pretty much is, but we added some extra flavor to it because it has its own scripting engine, and that's what we're using on it.
User OO's is online.
Thanks for coming online, Glitch. Appreciate it. So what we're doing is we're just kind of monkeying around now with some Kerberos tickets. This is actually the third time through the lab. So typically what happens is you run through the lab with all the defenses turned off, so you can learn about all the different functionality that's available. Then at the end of the course, there's actually instructions on how to enable Defender across the entire lab. So you go enable Defender, and then once we ran through that again, at the very end, there's also a section on how to build aggressor scripts. So what we've been doing is building out a custom aggressor script to help make some of these kind of arduous, long command line tasks a little bit easier. And I'll give you an example here. Look at this thing. This is the course material, which I don't normally show, but there's not really anything of substance here. Look at this absolute chunky boy of a command we'd have to run to make a silver ticket. So a silver ticket is you take a password hash for like a machine, and you make a custom ticket for it, so that way you can go impersonate it and you can access it remotely. So what this one here does is it allows us to access CIFS. So basically the disk of the computer. We give it the computer's password hash for its own account, and we tell it what user we want to impersonate. And we give it another piece of information here. But this is an actually long, chunky boy of a command. So instead what we did, we made a little custom one where we can just run Kerberos Silver Ticket, pass it those same relative values, and then it does it automatically for us. So super duper handy. Yeah. These commands get chunky. And so we're just testing. I wanted to test out the Silver Ticket one again here real fast. Oh, you know what? I just lost. I gotta move this back over. So I don't show the lab, the course material. I'll do little examples like that here and there, but just showing the labs as we go through them. And we go off in some crazy directions, man. We do all sorts of weird shit. This aggressor script, this is very off script for the course. What did they actually have you do? Hang on. Let me see that real quick. Extending Cobalt Strike. Let's see. Mimikat's jump remote exec. I think it's done in here. Yeah, pretty much. There's like one or two other things that you do. Hang on one second, yo. Hang on one second. I gotta take the call real fast. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. We'll get the. I ran some ads while we were doing that just so we can get them out of the way, and I'll explain what happened here in just a second. All right, let me check something here. This is workstation. Grab this real quick. All right, cool. Ads are done. Hey, sorry about that, guys. So that was actually my father calling, and he never calls me, ever. I text him all the time, but he never calls, and so I was worried it might have been an emergency. Thankfully, it was just a funny story that he wanted to tell me. So that was why I had to make that abrupt aside there. But the good news is, got to run the ads, and now we don't have to deal with them for over an hour. So eat it, Zuckerberg. Wait, no, that's the wrong platform. What's this? Basil Spot. That's it. Eat it, Basil Spot. All right, so this is... So what I did real quick is I just grabbed the Workstation 1, WKSTN TAC 1 password hash. So this is actually the hash for the Workstation 1 account in Active Directory. That's what we're looking at here. In fact, I'm going to just delete this out because that's... Both these lines are redundant. There we go. Workstation 1. Perfect. Put a $sign there. That way I remember. All right. Why is Cobalt Strike blinking at me? No reason? Okay, cool. For evasion, just use Route 26. Oh, dude, why you always got to jump to the ultra elite encryption stuff, my man? You know, you can take it a little bit easier. You can start with some XOR. You know, maybe a little AES 128 or 256. My man got to just go right to the Route 26. Actually, so you were asked about this, Euler. This is actually what we did here. So when we generated our payloads, nothing beats MD5. Dude, whatever triple des beats MD5. Get with it, man. This fucking guy. Talk about MD5. Oh god. So at the Dallas Hackers Association, which is where I was last week, we have it's all fire talks. So they're like 15 minutes long. People sign up and just sign up at the time of the night, basically. So people come in. There's a sign up sheet for people to give talks and stuff. It's a really great event. Hey, Dev. There's my mama from Maine. My Maine mama. Yeah, so it's funny because there's an option we can put in there, and like you put in your slides whether or not you want troll mode on or off. And if troll mode is on, the audience will just heckle the shit out of you. So, new Agent Smith here. What are we working on tonight? Hey, Doc. So we're doing a little bit more Cobalt Strike. I'm actually just testing. Who was it that asked? There we go. Euler had asked if evasion is covered in the lab. It is covered on a static level, Euler. It's not covered like in a behavioral analysis way. So some of those times we'll do things, it still gets flagged by behavioral analysis. So like, for example, I tried to do, I think it was on here. Let me check the virus logs real quick. So if we go into Defender and we look at like what was flagged. Oh no, it was on Workstation 1 actually. Hang on. Because when we tried to do a pass the hash, it does it with Mimikatz in the backend. And that is a very well fingerprinted behavior. So if we come over to virus and threat protection, protection history, see we had this one right here. So if we look at the output of this, it basically says, hey, this was a... Oh, no, that's not the right one. Hang on, where is it? I think it's this one. Nope, that's not it either. Where was it? I think it's this one, this threat blocked. Yeah, here we go. This was actually a command line analysis, basically saying, hey, there was a command written here that is well known to be associated to Cobalt Strike. So this would be another example of like a behavioral analysis. So if we could go modify this a little bit, it'd be fine. But they don't. There's nothing covered in RTO 1 about behavioral evasions. You just have to understand like what tools are going to get flagged and which ones aren't. You learn that by just running them against Defender. But there is stuff like this where our beacons don't get caught when they're on disk, right? Our code doesn't get caught. And this was actually the original piece of code here. We went through the process of reverse engineering this a little bit in Hydra, as I like to call it. And when we found this, we found out this is where it was actually flagging. So what we did is we busted this up into multiple lines of code, and then we added some fluff code in the middle here just to break up that byte sequence and break that static analysis. And so actually, we had to do this twice because the first time I did it, it actually broke the code and the executables weren't functioning. So we had to go back through and redo this a little bit. And this is actually even beyond a little bit beyond what was covered in the lab. So, so Doc, you asked what we'll be working on tonight. We're doing a little bit more Cobalt Strike scripting. So Cobalt Strike has a scripting engine in it called Aggressor scripts. And what we're doing is we're going through and we're automating a bunch of the common attacks we'll do against this Active Directory environment. And one of them is called a Kerberos Silver Ticket. Once we get this one sorted out, we're going to be doing, what is it? I'm trying to remember. Once we get this sorted out, we'll move on to golden tickets. So a silver ticket is, let's say you capture the password hash for a machine. Because of the way the tickets get encrypted from the domain controller, after we do our request to the domain controller, it's the ticket we pass to the machine. Hold on. Why am I trying to talk this out? Hang on. I have something just for this. 1 second. Here we go. Boom. So quick refresher for Kerberos, everybody. There's 4 phases to Kerberos. 3 are mandatory and 1 is optional. So first phase is requesting a TGT. This is basically proving you are who you say you are to the domain controller, or that you at least have access to their password in some way. That TGT gets sent back to you. You then send that TGT to the system and you request a TGS. The domain controller validates that TGT is signed and built correctly, and then it sends the TGS back. Finally, you send the TGS over to whatever target system you want to connect to. So a silver ticket attack is we just build the TGS for ourselves right here. So we can skip phase 1 and phase 2 and just jump right to phase 3. Now there is a 4th optional phase here called pack validation, where the application server could actually go talk to the domain controller and say, hey, by the way, was this ticket actually generated by you? And if it wasn't, then it would know this is fraudulent. It would drop the ticket. Ultra hasn't logged into Twitch in 2 years. Dude, you came back on the right night, because I usually start at 8 o'clock Central Time. I just got a chance to start a little bit early tonight, so I jumped on it. Dude, I'm of the firm opinion that as men, we don't really grow up. We just grow older. Our toys just get a little bit different, but we still have toys. You know, our humor gets a little bit different, but it's still like the same kind of humor, you know. Oh, Boss just bought Cobalt Strike. I've been trying to learn it as fast as possible, but he is talking about getting rid of it after 4 weeks because the default actions get caught by the antivirus. Well, yeah, no shit, they get caught by the antivirus. Dude, tell him, if you go through the RTO 1 and 2, you're going to learn a lot about that tradecraft, especially with RTO 2. RTO 2 is all about like tradecraft and avoiding detection. So tell them, you know, hey, what we can do is we can go through and we can do these things. But yeah, a lot of modern EDRs, they fingerprint the shit out of Cobalt Strike. A lot of threat actors use Cobalt Strike. They used cracked copies of it because Cobalt Strike's just written in Java. It's not that hard to reverse engineer and crack it. Oh, hey, Nod. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, he followed at a kind of odd time on there. What's up, man? Yeah, do bang RTO in chat, Euler, and it will drop it. It'll give you the link for the RTO course. By the way, the bang is an exclamation point. I realize I say that, like I say things like bang and tack and whack and slash, and not everybody knows necessarily what those are. All right, cool. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna test this out real quick. I need this. Wait, this is not what I need. I need something different. Hang on one second. Somewhere in here, there's the AES 256, which is what I actually wanted for this. There's the Shaw 1. That's Nina's. Actually, I'll do want to make a copy of this real quick. Let's get Nina's NTLM and Shaw 1 real quick. Let's make a copy of this over in our notes again. Okay. Let's just take this out. There we go. I do want to keep a copy of those. But there's actually one other thing I want here. There's an AES 256 key in here. Oh, you know what? I've realized I used the wrong command to dump it. That's what it was. It's because I need to dump. Hold on. I'm going to run this to purposely error it. Is it E keys? Yeah, E keys. That's it. E keys will give us the AES 256 key.
User fee 1 dead underscore is online.
Hey, Bill, thanks for coming online, man. Okay, there we go. So this is actually a visual bug. This is what I want right here, though. For Workstation 1, the AES 256. Hold on, let me make sure to get that 3 in there. Because we have two options for Rubius. We can either use the... What is it? We can either use the NTLM or we can use the AES 256. I think most systems these days default to using the AES 256. It will work for backwards compatibility with the NTLM, but it just helps us blend in a little bit better if we do the AES one. So let me make a copy of that real fast here. There we go. So Workstation 1, AES 256. Oh, drop that right in there. Awesome. All right, so now... Oh, who's flagging? Virus and threat protection found something. Oh, no, it's complaining it can't update. Because the lab is completely isolated. It's off the internet. So we'll get these false alerts like, oh my god, my virus signatures are out of date. I'm a bit too AD IQ to ever... but it's my understanding it's incredibly difficult to not get fingerprinted by Defender. Yeah. It can be. Doing some more EDR evasion is stuff that I do want to mess with. I think that might be one of the things we'll do in the home lab is because so one of the drawbacks, and I completely understand it because I talked to Rasta Mouse about the lab, is it's completely isolated from the internet, so you can't go bring in tools from the outside. There are ways you can kind of get them in there, but it's kind of laborious and arduous and pain in the assy. So part of the reason why I wanted to do the home lab build out is there are certain tools I want to go test, and then we'd actually have an environment to go do that. Got to know the hashbang? Yeah, the shebang. That's how I heard it called. The shebang. All right, so now that we've got this, I want to try something here. Let's do something here. So if we do an LS against Workstation 1, this is just an example here, and we try to look at the C drive for Workstation 1, we get this, error, access denied. Expected because Bob is a developer, he's not a system administrator like Jay King is. If we did the same command as, let's say Jay King, but this would be Workstation 2, but if we do WKSTN, TAC2, $, what do you mean access denied? Jay King's a freaking system administrator. We try the admin share. I know for a fact that Jay King is a local administrator. So this is some of the weirdness that you might get with the lab sometimes. J King should absolutely be able to access Workstation 2. You know what? Actually, let's do something different here. I was actually going to go to Workstation 2 and impersonate and connect to Workstation 1, which is right here. I think instead what we're going to do is we're going to go steal Workstation 2's E-keys. Hang on one second. Did I put that as Workstation 2 or 1? I put that as Workstation 1. I think I screwed that up. That should have been Workstation... That was Workstation 1. Oops. Okay. That could have been annoying to debug. Let's go fix that in our notes real quick. Oh, yeah, it is there. Workstation 1. Okay. Well, let's go do the same thing with Workstation 2 then, real fast. Let's do a little Mimikatz. And then what we'll do is Sakurlasa. If I spell it correctly. I know it's supposed to be something like Secure LSA, but I like saying it Sakurlasa because it makes it extra memey. Let's do logon passwords. We could just do E-keys, but I'm going to do both here because I want to be able to get all the information. Here we go. Let me grab this. So take this out. Let's clean up our formatting a little bit. And then what we're going to do is next we're going to go dump the AES-256 real fast. AES-256. Boop. And we'll do that with the E-keys. So the reason I actually had to go double check this is because Mimikatz is fingerprinted to hell, behaviorally and statically. And also, Mimikatz a lot of times will open handles, like file process handles to the LSAS process, which instantly puts it under mega suspicion. So I try to minimize the use of Mimikatz if possible. There was actually a really cool tool put out by SpectreOps recently. There we go. Perfect. And that tool is called like LSA Whisperer. And that's something else I would really like to test out. It's supposed to be a way to like read LSAS memory without actually touching LSAS. Let's see. And this guy. Get good scrub. There we go. But yeah, actually, so doing the home lab, having the file server where we could transfer stuff in and out, that's actually not a bad way to do it. I was thinking about having a VPN set up to do it, but honestly, I think that might be a little bit better because the lab was supposed to be fairly isolated. I need to see how I'm going to architect it a little bit because we're going to be following along with this guy who wrote a blog post on how to deploy it to Proxmox because that's what my home lab server is running. And Proxmox is really cool. The server I've got is very beefy. It's got a lot of RAM. It's got 2 like multi-core Xeon processors in it. It's got plenty of horsepower. It's just the CPUs are too old to run ESXi. So I'm running Proxmox on it, and it's running fantastic. Let's see. All right, so once we have this, let's go try something here. So see how we tried to go to, yeah, WKSTN TAC 2. We tried to go to Workstation 2 and open the admin share. And we got this access denied. Let's see if we get it again. Actually, now I'm kind of curious on something. I want to try something really dumb. So we are J King, but what happens if we go impersonate another process from J King? And then we try that. Hold on. I want to try something real dumb. 4232. I'm going to steal another process's token. All right, so I know something is jacked up here. Hold on, I'm going to try something real quick. Let's see if we can elevate to a system Actually, we'll do this one. Okay, there we go. So the elevate kit doesn't typically work unless you're actually already elevated. It's kind of funny. But now I want to try something here. I'm going to do a PS. I'm going to steal her Explorer token. So 4232. That'll allow us to impersonate J King. 4232. And then I'm going to try and do... Oh, wait, hold on. That was Nina Lamb's. I just realized that. Well, shit, that's going to work because Nina actually is a domain administrator. J King... So in this diagram here, B Farmer's a developer in the lab. He's got developer access. J King is a system administrator, so it has that user has local access or local administrator privileges on a lot of systems. But Nina Lamb is actually a domain admin, so I know it's going to work with Nina. That's not what I actually had wanted to do. I forgot that this is Nina's computer, not J King's computer. Not gonna... Running VerSH on a Ubuntu server sitting on a legit server blade. What is VerSH? I haven't seen that. VerSH. Synopsis. It sounds like, just from like what you've been telling me, your Linux foo is probably much greater than my Linux foo. Can create, pause, and shut down domains. Interesting. Oh, currently supports Zen, QEMU, KVM, LXC, OpenVZ, VirtualBox, and VMware ESXi. Huh. Interesting. That would be something neat to try. I really like Proxmox because there is a decent amount of support for it. Also, you can configure Ansible and Terraform to work with Proxmox. And so that was going to be one of the things I was actually interested in learning some more about for the lab deployment. Because eventually I'd like to have different runbooks that will go in and maybe set up different EDRs in the lab. Because there's a bunch where you can get like free licenses for them. And then if I need to go tear down the lab... You're a fucking nerd, Stealth. I put that in there just for you. Calling me a nerd. Shut up, baby, I know it. Actually, there was another good one I put in here just because I like Bender.
I'm back, baby.
Dude, so there is a... Actually, it was a good time to join. So there's a joke behind how much Bender's points cost. And so I'll let somebody figure it out and tell me. I'm not going to give it away, but there is a purpose to the point cost for Bender. I was nerding out, totally. I mean, one of the great things about... So let's go back to the nerding out. About Proxmox is you can run... I think it's QCOW2 type VMs. I forget exactly what it is. No, it's KVM. QCOW2 is the virtual disk format, but you can also run LXC containers on it. So I liked when that was my primary home, let's call it production server. I ran almost everything in LXC containers. Now I have switched to a different server that makes it a little bit easier, but that's what I was doing for a long time. All right, let's try this damn silver ticket here real quick. Actually, this will be a good example, because watch. If I try to go... So I'm running as the system account, right? This system account has no network privileges unless I go steal a token and it can impersonate those. So let's go look and see how this works. I go workstation 2, and I try to get the admin share. Oh, I did workstation 1. I was so confused there for a second. So this should time out hard. Interesting. Okay, so this one timed out. Well, we tried to look at Workstation 2. So we're on Workstation 1. We tried to come back over to Workstation 2. Didn't work. So, dude, I nerd out all the time. All the time. Dude, speaking of nerding out, did everybody hear about the thing where everybody was just flipping their collective lids about Adobe and their sub-licensing agreement that they just came out with? Because I saw the best counter to that. Okay, so check this out. Adobe TOS 4.2. Let's see if this person actually lists it real quick. Actually, that guy, I can't go to Twitter right now. Let's see if they have it listed here. Here we go. So 2.2. This was in their new terms of service that they forced everybody currently using Adobe products to use. We may access, view, or listen to your content through both automated and manual methods, but only in limited ways and only as permitted by law. For example, in order to provide the service and software, we may need to access, view, or listen to content. A, respond to feedback and support tickets. B, detect, prevent, or otherwise address fraud, security, legal, and technical issues. And C, enforce the terms of our automated systems. Enforce the terms. Our automated systems may analyze your content in Creative Cloud customer fonts using techniques such as machine learning in order to improve our services and software. Yeah, that part sounds a little bit sketch, but it's really section 4.2 that had everybody lose their collective minds. Oh, so bad. So, solely for the purpose of operating or improving the service and software, you grant us non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, create derivative works based on, publicly perform, and translate the content. For example, we may sub-license our right to the content to our service providers or to others users to allow the service and software to operate as intended, such as enabling you to share photos with others. So, yeah, basically they're saying we can take all your work and do whatever the fuck we want with it. So, one of the guys actually came up with this ingenious plan. He has Adobe, and he's using Adobe Cloud. He seeded 20 gigs of photos, but he ran them through a very neat little tool called Nightshade. Check this shit out. So this is it's a machine learning algorithm that you can put these images through, and instead of this being recognized as a dog, it gets recognized as something else. Check this out. This dog became a cat. This car became a very big mutant cow. And this fantasy art just became like a watercolor. So it is this really legit method for poisoning content. So this dude went and grabs 20 gigs worth of images and poisoned them all. And so it was like, good luck, Adobe. So people have started fighting back. It was so good. I'm trying to see if I can find the actual Reddit post. Nightshade poisoned images, Adobe. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, come on. This is Google. Why has your Google results have just turned into absolute ass the last 2 years? Here we go. Check this out. I don't use Adobe Creative Cloud because I like keeping my files locally, but seeing as how they can use anything you upload for their AI purposes, I'm filling my entire 20 gig storage with random Nightshade poisoned images. Good luck training on that data, Adobe. I know, this dude... Oh god, I just saw his picture. Look at that. It's like, he's got like ears or mushrooms growing out of his face. It's crazy. And so I saw this post and I was like, what the hell is Nightshade? Went down this little rabbit hole today. This is so damn cool. Using AIs to fight AIs. Oh god. So now I really want to go mess with it a bit. I said I don't really have a good use case, but I thought, oh my god, this is fantastic use. Some students over at, I think it was University of Chicago, I think, are the ones running Nightshade. Nightshade, Chicago. I can't remember the name of it. Chicago University. Here we go. So I'll drop a link to it here if anybody wants to get frisky with it. But check that out. So they have a very lengthy write-up on how it actually works and what it's actually doing. So, very cool. If anybody's using Adobe, I highly recommend go do that because F you Adobe. I'm so tired. Actually, you know what this might actually bring up? There's been a battle brewing. There's been a battle brewing about how far companies can push terms of service and whether or not they're actually enforceable. You may not know this, but terms of services, because they are so one-sided and they're completely written by one party without feedback from the other party, the end user, there's actually a very good legal argument that they're not enforceable and they make no sense. And so this, I wonder if this is actually going to be the thing that tips it. It says, hey, yeah, we're going to break the terms of service now. We're going to say terms of service are no longer valid, and here's the use case, and way to go, Adobe. God, I would love that. Because F you, Adobe. Dude, you know what'd be awesome? I don't know how Nightshade works, but if you could, like, just imagine if you uploaded a shit ton of porn and, like, you used Nightshade to say, hey, by the way, all these porn images are like coffee cups. Something really innocuous. That'd be awesome. That's what the accept button is, right? Other party feedback. No, it's not feedback. It's just, here's the terms, you can take them or leave them. So it's, I hate terms of services. They're so damn annoying and they make no sense. And it's the whole thing of, basically you don't own anything anymore. Believe it or not, that's actually why I never thought I would do this when I got a Nintendo Switch, but I actually started buying game cartridges because Nintendo even has gone through and like revoked game purchases from people because they lost licensing for it. So you didn't buy the game, you're just renting it until the license runs out. So I actually went and started buying game cartridges. A lot of times the game cartridges are less expensive than buying it on the Nintendo eShop anyway. Totally forgot what we were doing. Oh, we were doing the Kerberos Silver ticket. That's right. Let me see what we need for this. Okay, so what we need is the user we're going to impersonate. So we're going to impersonate Nina Lamb, who's our domain administrator. We're going to do the FQDN, so dev.cyberbotic.io. And then we need the domain SID. Shit. Where did we get the domain SID? Hang on. I think we might have gotten it here. No, we need to do that differently. Hang on. What we need to do is we need to import PowerView. And then let me think about this. How do we do this? Trying to remember. Let's do get. Damn it, there's a way to get the SID for a user. Hang on. PowerView, get domain SID. Oh, it's just get domain SID. Perfect. Awesome. So we can do PowerPick, get domain SID. Now, actually, hey, Euler, since we mentioned it, one of the things that we do talk about in there, and if you look, there's examples of this over in, there's examples of this in the GitHub repo, but there's things you can add to your malleable C2 profile that will allow you to do automated AMSI bypasses. So rather than running this in PowerShell, what we did is we ran this as PowerPick, which is unmanaged PowerShell and automatically loads the AMSI evasions that are built in with that. Dev.cyberbotic.io. Do I need to give it the FQDN? Oh, yeah, get domain SID. How am I screwing this up? Do I need to give it TAC domain? Let's see. I wonder if this beacon is just absolutely jacked, which would make me sad, but let's do it over here. So we'll import power view. This is another example of some of those helper functions. This import power view is not a default function. It's in our aggressor script. And all it does is does a PowerShell import of our power view PS1. Makes it real simple. All right, let's do that. And then let's do power pick, get domain SID. What if I just run it with nothing? Will it just return it? Yeah, there we go. So we need the domain security identifier. Oop. We can go drop this over mirror. And then so we're on workstation 1. We want to jump back over to workstation 2 as an example here. Dude, there's a lot of people that do develop proprietary stuff in Adobe, and there's a lot of times like they're working on secretive stuff. Let's be real. You think nobody in the State Department's using Adobe? Get real. So yeah, it could be kind of crazy. Google dead internet theory. Yeah. Oh, if you want the GitHub repo, it is right here, Euler. That has the aggressor script and an example of some modifications we made to the C2 profile. So dead internet theory is more and more the internet is generated by AI. AI needs human-generated data to learn, as AI has the propensity to make things up as more and more of the content that AI consumes becomes AI-generated. Hallucinations get worse. Yeah. Hey, Oreo. What's up, man? How you doing, dude? I tell you know what we could even do? No, we can only do this at workstation 2. I forgot because we need the hash for this. So let's do this. We need the hash. So I think it's AES colon. I'm in the wrong window. Damn it. I'm typing in the chat instead of here. Actually, it's AES 256. 256, and then we're going to drop in that account hash. So for workstation number 2, this one right here, we're going to grab this, and then the last thing we're going to give it is we're going to tell it sifs backslash wkstn tac1.dev.cyberbotic.io. Let's try this again. GoPro, what's up, man? Starting to struggle again off coding. Yeah. What happened? Let me check our command line real fast that ran. So we have user Nina Lamb, domain dev.cyberbotic.io. We gave it the SID. We gave it the AES 256. And then we gave it the service. SIFs. Double check that real quick. Oh, it should be SIFs/. That's why. So I didn't reload the script after we added the additional helper in there. Hey, there we go. So if we wanted to actually extend this, what we could do is we could have this go make us a fake process. I kind of want to do that now. Yeah, I kind of do. I want to do that. Because what we've got now is not here, here. So what we did was we executed our Rubius assembly code. Once that ran, we then passed the output over to a callback function. Here's the callback function. It runs our regex. It logs all the output and then tells us what the base 64 ticket is. So we don't actually need this here. But one thing we could do is we could actually run another Rubius function here to build this. Let me think about this real quick. Yeah, let's do a create net only here. Hey, Euler, no problem, man. I'm glad you're able to hop on and I could start the stream a little early tonight. I just had the ability to, so I'm glad you're able to catch some more of it. Take care, dude. Spend time with the family. I understand. I got 2 little boys and a extra understanding wife who puts up with all sorts of BS from me. Let's see. Let's save this. Let's do... But let's put another helper in here. Let's do the hash type. And we'll say it's a AES 256, or what was the other one? I gotta go check the Rubius docs real fast. Let's see. Where is silver ticket? Here we go. Oh, actually, we could use DES RC4, AES 128, or AES 256. Okay. So I'm actually going to put all those options in there. DES RC4, AES 128, and AES 256. Okay. We'll do DES RC4, AES 128, or AES 256. There we go. We'll put another little helper in here. Cool, so we got this going. Let me check something real fast here. Let me close that up. All right. Let's see here. Cool. So now we got a little bit of a helper, so we know what the hash type is. Colon hash. And we have an example for the service. Yeah, so I did put / in there. All right, sweet. So now what we need to do is we need to run a create net only. So let's make a new set of arguments here. So what we'll do is we'll do $args. And what do we need for this? We need create net only. And then we'll do... What's the next thing we're going to need from this? We're going to need the program. And you know what we're going to do? We're just going to stick to having it spawn command.exe for now. But I need to escape these backslashes. There we go. Hello, Panda. Hello. Panda got to come join me in the office. Hello, Panda. Hello. Who's a good girl? Mommy took you on a log walk. You're hot. Ugh. Poor dog. With her black fur, she just absorbs heat. She's just a little heat sponge. All right, let's see here. We need to do something else here, so... the domain. So we actually need to go adjust this callback here. This callback, we need to do it a little bit differently because we need some of these arguments that come back to us. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something called a lambda function here. Let's go find an example of that. Lambda. Here we go. Actually, we need to copy out to here. There we go. So we'll copy this down. We need to go put this in its place right here. I'm going to drop this in. Cut this out. Take that out. All right, so we're going to drop in our callback. And then what we need is $1, $2, $3. And then the args, which actually we don't need the args. We need the... We could actually just pass this at underscore right here. And then we just have everything. So let's do that. Because then what we can do is we can actually rerun this logic right here. Wait, no, that won't work. Shit. That's not going to work. That's all right. We'll just pass in the domain and anything else we need. Domain $user. So what we're doing is when we... No, not net user. When we make the callback happen, there's a predefined set of variables that get passed, but we can actually, by using a lambda function, append additional variables to that. So these are the 3 default variables. We're also going to send the domain and the user in here. And I believe that's everything that we're going to need, because we're going to generate a fake password on the fly. Yeah, we can do that. All right, so in this case, let me make a copy of this, so I remember like what the variables we're passing are. We'll put this up in the callback here. So this is going to be domain. So $domain. Let's parse this out here. $domain is going to equal. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So $4. And then we're also going to do $user, because all these are local variables, so they're not globally defined. That's going to equal $5. There we go. We'll just line all those up real nicely. I don't think I've ever said this in my life or typed it. Let's up. Let's see. All right, so once we get this going, we could do... Actually, I need to take that out. We just can do a string append $domain. And then we can do the user. Let's see, yeah. We do the $user, and I think that might be it. Let's see. So yeah, we need program, domain. Oh, it's actually username. That would mess us up. Username. Oh, we need to make a password here. Pass is going to equal 8 characters. That's going to generate a random 8-character password. We're going to put that in here too. We'll do deck password. So all we're doing is we're just building the command line arguments that are going to get passed over to Rubius when we run this again. That's going to be $pass. Yep. That should be it. Oh, we actually, oh, duh. We need the ticket. We need to actually pass the ticket that we're going to do to this. So / ticket. And that is going to be our dollar ticket. Perfect. Awesome. Now all we have to do is we can just do our execute assembly. And so the beacon here is going to be $1. The assembly is going to be our Rubius assembly, which we have defined as a global variable, so just for such an occasion. And then we're going to pass it $Rs. In fact, I'll tell you what, instead of doing this, yeah, I'll just leave it. It's fine. All the kids, cool kids hang out in Chad's Discord. I know, right? I need to pop in there more. I haven't been hanging out in there too much. I'll start interacting a little bit more there. The problem is I'm in so many Discords, I have to organize them by like how I want to do that. And I think I've got Chad's organized in a weird spot. I need to go rearrange it. All right, I kind of want to try this now because if this works, what's going to happen is... Oh, let me think about this. I got to go back to the Fortra docs here. Steal token, okay. So we can ask a beacon to steal a token from a process. All right, so one of the things we're going to need to get, though, is we're going to have to do another callback, and we're going to have it process that output and get us the PID. Okay, we could do this. Let's go try what we have right now, and let's just run this and check it out. So let's come back over to Cobalt Strike. Let's load up our script manager. Let's reload this, and then let's go try this. We can run the same command again. It should just execute our new code branch. Hey, it did it. So now all we have to do is we need to get the process ID right here. Awesome. So copy this. All right. We had to make another callback, believe it or not, just so we can do the steal token here. So let's do one more here. This is going to make this exceedingly auto-magical. I don't know if I really should be pushing it this far, but you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. So what we're going to do is, I'm actually going to copy this line. We're going to make callback 2. You okay, Panda? Oh. Did you get a snort stuck? No, she's got a real short snout, and so it gets stuck sometimes. So like she gets a snort stuck in her snout. All right, let's do this. So we do callback 2. So we need to do something here. We gotta pass it a null, and then we're gonna pass it. Let's see. No, that's not it. It is this. Callback 2. There we go. So this is what's gonna happen is after this execute assembly happens, then it's gonna pass everything over to this callback. So we need to kind of duplicate a little bit about what we did here. So we're gonna reuse some code. We're gonna do a regex, and then we're gonna modify this. So this is gonna be our PID instead of ticket. $2 is going to be our output again. We're going to get just one output from it. So our regex here is actually going to be, we're going to look for process ID. That's the wrong window. Here we go. So we'll look for process ID, .star, and then a sequence of digits. Wait, I need to change this. This is not correct. Actually, let me see something right here. If we did white space colon, white space, and then digits, I think we'll be good there. Let's try that. So I think we could do \w colon. Do a plus, we'll do a plus. And then what we'll do is we'll do our capture group, and we'll do, I think it's \p digit. I think that's it. All right. And then all we're going to do here is we're going to do blog because we're just going to have it log the output real quick. So we're going to do $1 and we're going to say PID. I want to try something actually. I did this by accident and I don't know if it actually worked. But rather than having like doing the dot appends, I did this and I think it actually worked. I want to try this. Sleep is such an odd language. All right, so let's run this again. This system's going to be so polluted whenever I get done with it, because it's going to have so many random processes running on it. Okay, so it didn't work. We did get the PID, though. Oh, you know what? I've also realized what I forgot to do here. We need to blog that output. So we're going to do $1, $2. Because $2 is the output that came from this execute assembly. And so because we're passing it to a callback, we don't have it coming back. So we want to be able to get that in here. So we'll log that. And then I thought this worked for some reason. I thought I saw it like because I did it by accident, but I guess I was wrong. So let's save that. Let's go reload it. And then we're going to run this one more time. And if we get the PID, then we can just pass that to steal token, and or B steal token, and we should be good. Okay, so PID did not get captured properly. Oh, because I think I need to do digit plus right here. Where's the sleep code? Oh, actually, so \D will work. Okay. No, don't do that. So we can't just do \D plus. Okay. Let's try this one more time. What sucks is we had to like keep spawning these processes every time just to get to go do the test. So let's reload it again. Damn it, it still didn't grab the PID. Well, you know what? Actually, we don't have to do process ID. We could just do... I think I made this a little too complicated with this. All we can do is just do PID.star and then just get any sequence of repeated digits here. I think we'll be good there. Love that dial-up.
User Michelangelo is online.
Michelangelo. Michael Antelo. What's up, man? Thanks for coming online. Welcome, welcome. We're trying to automate some attacks in Cobalt Strike with stealing process tokens that we created, but fighting with regex, because that's all regex is good for, is having a good fight these days. So let's run this again. I think we're up to process number 4 that we've spawned with this stuff. I might have to reboot the computer after we're done, because the Kerberos table is going to be so polluted. What, PID equals 2? That's not right. What the crap? Alright, let's try something else. Let's say 6, 5, 5, 3, 5. Okay, so from 2 to 6. There we go. Try this again. We're just tinkering with the damn regex to see if we can get it to do this. Because once it's done, then we can auto-steal the token, and we'll be good. Let's see. So we'll let this run one more time. So Rubius actually is you are able to catch Rubius because what the heck, man? Why is it only capturing the last couple digits? I don't get it. Let me try taking this out. I want to take this out real fast. Let me look at something real quick here. Matches X 0 or more times, plus matches 1 or more times. Yeah, that's it. We should have just been able to do \D plus and capture the entire thing. I'm gonna try that again because this should be working right here. Let's see. It's fucking regex. Killing me, Smalls. Alright, so we'll run this again. PID equals 8. What the hell? Alright, let's try a dumb example real quick here. Let's assume the PID was 4 digits. And let's go run it again. Because the PID will not always be 4 digits. It's going to be a variable size depending on what's running on the machine, right? Let's see what happens now. Regex is far beyond anything I can currently do. Dude, it's not that... Okay, so it caught that, but why are you... You should be catching all of it. You bastard. I think I might know why. Alright, I think with a minor tweak we can actually make this work. Where was our... Let's go to the sleep doctor. Let's do white space. Yeah, so \S is white space. Because it looks like the format of this is... I'm going to do a plus here because this will just match 1 or more. The plus sign says, hey, whatever was to the left of it, you can repeat that 1 or more times. This should work here. And I kind of want to do this right here. Because I don't know if the colon's going to screw it up. There's actually a really cool website. If you want to check out Regex 101 stuff, it's an interactive regex editor. And so it's a really great way to like test out ideas and see if you have an understanding of like what the regex is doing. Hey, there we go. All right, so now the piece de resistance. Actually, let me think about something. I kind of actually want to do something. So let's look at something here real fast. We look at Rubius Triage. It's going to be polluted to shit because we just ran the silver ticket attack so many times. See all these Workstation 1 tickets we've got in here? So funny. Alright, so we ran this. So from Rubius Triage, we have there's a value called a LUID, and these are groupings of tickets. See how all of these are in the 0x3E7 and 0x3E4? One of the things you can do, let's pull up the iPad. Let's look at this. So you can access different services on a machine, right? So let's say we've got, workstation 1, and it might have a CIFS service. That's for accessing the disk. And then, hold on, what are some of the other services? CIFS is just the one that comes to mind most recently. Let's see. Let me check the health. In this example here, in fact, if y'all want to see this, this is kind of what we're basing a lot of this off of. Here we go. I had to manipulate a bunch of data in Notepad++, and these adds ors, make sim rules. Yeah. Oh, so you had to do a whole bunch in Stumble. Dude, stumbling's how you learn, man. Don't be afraid of stumbling. Everybody stumbles. Anybody who was instantly good at anything is an extreme outlier. Nobody, I mean, 99.9% of people aren't good at something when they first start. So if it's something that you really want to learn, give yourself a month. If it's something that you are dead set on learning, give yourself 3 months and then evaluate at the end of that and see how you're doing. And if you really are just hot garbage at it, then okay, maybe that didn't work out. It's not your cup of tea. Not everybody is great at everything. Here we go. So here's some other examples of things that exist on that system for different services we can list up. So we have CIFS, we have host. What else did we have on here? There's also LDAP. Let's see. RPCSS, that would be handy. RPCSS. And so there's different groupings of them here. If you, like for example, so if we want WMI remote access, we want to have the host and the RPCSS here. So I kind of want to test this a little bit. I think for PS exec, let me check something real quick here. For PS exec, I believe you need, I think you need host and CIFS. Let's see, for WinRM, I think you need host and HTTP. And then we could also LDAP, we could also do a DC sync when that needs an LDAP permission. The more data I work with, the more I like regex and really enjoy using it. I wouldn't go that far. I don't know if anybody truly enjoys regex. Oh wait, look at this. Alt service. Nice. Okay, this actually might work out really well. Let me go check the Rubius docs real quick. I forgot about that. I'm not a big fan of the way Rubius does its documentation. Ticket management, purge tickets. Ticket extraction, roasting, miscellaneous. Yeah, the more data I work with, yeah. I don't know if anybody actually really likes, like I said, regex. And so guys, the ads are about to run, so I'm going to run them for 3 minutes. I'm going to go get some more water, so be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me check what they were saying in here about this alt service. This might actually only apply to the pass the ticket option. I don't know if it applies for what we're doing. Let me check something. So we're using the silver command. I think down here at the bottom it might actually have a list of the commands. Let me see. Let's check a look here. Ticket management. Well, one thing if we really wanted to make this auto magical that we could do. I'm curious about something. You know what we can try? We know the command works, right? Let's go try something. I'm going to copy. I'm going to go copy the command we just did. I'm going to bring it over to Bob Farmer, and we're going to make some notes here. So let's do. We're going to Rubius triage this. We're going to dump the table. Okay, see how we got stuff for B Farmer here? Actually, I want to do this on the system. Let's do this here. Rubius triage. This is going to give us all the tickets across the entire computer, but that's fine. And so I want to see what happens now if we go run this command a couple of times. Is it going to dump them like here in the E4, E7? What's it going to do? I just realized we were going to be requesting that for Workstation 1. And we were requesting that from Workstation 1. Still worked. The PID equals 1340. And then here's our new LUID right here. AB7F6. Let me write that down real quick. So we're going to drop this in AB7FC6. I'm going to run this again. I want to see if it drops it in the same LUID every time. Nope, drops it in a completely different LUID each time. Because this one went to AC 1D 4E. So then what if we triage this again? Let's see if those exist in here. Yep, so see how we've got these dropping into like different LUIDs? I wonder if we specify a LUID, will it actually work? Because one thing we can do is we've got our Rubius, right? We got all of our stuff here. Try something. Wait, that's our create net only command. That's not what I want to get our silver ticket command. Here, silver. I want to copy this. Actually, I need to do something real quick. I just remembered something we didn't fix in the Rubius command. So in the Rubius helper, this is an alias. So in the alias Rubius, we're just passing in the arguments right here. So what we can do is we can actually do a little bit of a trick here. So we could do size equals the size of at underscore. And then what we can do is we can define our args here is, oh crap, what is this? Join. Here we go. Let's go back. So this was a trick I learned later. It's funny because you can see the code improve as the script gets longer. In the beginning, it was very slapdash and just kind of thrown together. But now it's actually going to be like a little bit more robust code. So what we're going to do here is we're going to join. We're going to do a sublist. Yeah, $1 is going to be the beacon. And then this is going to be everything, I think, from here to size. That should be like just $args right there. So this minor modification means what used to happen is when we passed this stuff to the Rubius alias, we had to wrap it in double quotes. Now we shouldn't have to wrap it in double quotes. It should actually just pass it as a single command line option. Oh, gotta reload. So let's reload this script here. All right, I want to run this and let's see what happens. Oh, it didn't like that. Okay, let's take a look and see what it did. Oh god, Rubius, your output is such a pain in the ass. I don't get it. This looks correct. Hold on. Let's analyze this real fast. So this was broke. Works. Now let's go grab a copy of the other command real fast here. Because they look identical at first glance, but there might be like one small difference here. Oh, it cut off the silver command. That's what it did. We need to go adjust the size variable. That's what we have to do. Because the size variable, it's listing everything. I think from number 1 is actually where we'll start. All right, so we'll take all that. Let's go reload this now. So the whole idea here is that this is going to help us get through the lab much faster. And if we run in, because I know there are some areas where like it can be kind of pitfall-y in the exam. So the idea here is if we can speed up the processes we're very familiar with, then we can spend more time troubleshooting the more difficult stuff. It's the same approach I took when I did the CCNA. I spent so much time doing subnetting that when I had a subnetting question, they were answered near instantaneously. So I had lots of extra time to work on the more difficult questions. Let's go try running this again. Hey, it worked. Okay, cool. Very nice. I don't want to make that modification real fast to the rest of these. Because we have a bunch of other like helper aliases like certify. Let's change this to $args. Subnettings are the hard ones because no one else really thinks about them. Or people just kind of, they did it and... I mean, my approach was very different. I was like, if I could nail the subnetting... So, it used to be, take in mind, this is 14 years ago I took the CCNA. They would give you a piece of paper that you could like brain dump notes onto before the exam. I had planned out and dumped a subnetting table. So when I came across anything that required subnetting, I had this table laid out so I could very easily go, okay, here's my increment, here's the network, da-da-da-da, bam, I'm done. So I could get those knocked out like super fast. You know what I can do? I can actually get rid of this. And same thing for certify. Take that out. Let's see. Seatbelt, we could do the same thing. Just change this to args. Awesome. I love like little reusable code snippets. And same thing for AD search right here. So before you can tell, like it was just basically raw passing variables. And when it did that, you had to trick it into thinking that everything was one positional variable or argument as it gets passed in. Awesome, cool. So now most of our commands here, they're all running like particular things. So I think we only did a couple of like helper aliases. Yeah, we did certify, seatbelt, AD search. Awesome. Very, very cute. Hey, Lavin. Dude, we're still messing with the silver tickets, and I'm trying to actually get it set up now. So our silver tickets are doing something cool. Where it will basically automatically go get us the service ticket we want. Hey, Oni, what's up, dude? Yeah, man, having a good night. We actually got to start the stream a little early tonight because I had the opportunity and I felt like I cut last night's stream kind of short. So I'm like, yeah, we'll start up a little early. Yeah, this is for the RTO course, laughing. This one right near. And so this actually directly isn't for the RTO course. We're doing the usual like in-depth side quest. You're not supposed to write an 1100 line aggressor script as part of the RTO course, but I said, fuck it, let's do it anyway. And so, and I've learned so much about these aggressor scripts. I can't wait to go read some like people have written online. I really want to check them out because this one is really cool. What it does is we have some parameters that we can pass for service tickets, right? To generate a silver ticket. And when this happens, what it's going to do is we can pass it in a very simple list of parameters here. But what I'm thinking about doing is making the service thing actually be able to accept multiple parameters. And here's why. The services look like there'd be like something like host, RPCSS, LDAP, CIFS. So I wanted to check something real quick. If we did a pass the ticket, we could pass these into like particular things in here, but I don't know necessarily about this. I want to check something real quick. Because there's a note here on hack tricks that you can use the alt service option in Rubius. I don't know if that's true. So I'm trying to find out real quick. Because if we can use the alternate services, then we might be able to make this work. How much familiar with .NET's a prerequisite? For this course, 0. You're going to use a lot of .NET assemblies, and you can make a modification to 1 to be able to correct an issue, but that's about it. Yeah. If you know .NET, it'll be much easier. But honestly, the modification you have to make, and there actually is VS Code installed in the lab, so you can go through and you can do some stuff with it, but it's not really a requirement. I'd say if you went through and did the, there's an AD like primer course, and then there's a Kerberos primer course also up on 0 Point. If you did those two, and you're familiar with a little bit of offensive security, you'd probably be okay taking the RTO. Let's see. I'm trying to see if we have options here to... Okay, so the CNAME and CREAL arguments can be used to set different values for those fields within the ticket. The auth data flag can be used to add some generic authorization data section too. By default, this will include curb local, yada yada yada. No pack sig. Yeah, because see where we are. This is where we're at. Little trick. So we search for this here. I don't see an alternate service in here. So I want to try something real quick. One of the things we can actually do is we can specify when we do the create net only, the LUID that we want to pass this to. So let's go look at create net only real quick. So if we look at create net only, I believe we can pass it the LUID that we want. So you know what we could do? So what we could do is we could actually do a create net only. When we do the create net only, let's go look at it here. So if we come back to our beacon, I think on this we have it. Let's look at the output we had here. So watch, when we do the create net only, it creates a LUID. So we actually don't have to import a ticket immediately. What we've got going on here is this is the command flow happening. Right, so that we create the silver ticket. We do a create net only with that ticket that comes back. This returns ticket. This returns a PID. Sorry, my handwriting is shit right there. And then what we do is we were gonna steal the PID token. This was the steps here. What I'm thinking of is instead, what we could do is the very first thing is we could do a create net only. And then what we can do is from this, we can get the PID and the LUID, the locally unique identifier. I think that's what it stands for. Then what we can do is we could create our silver tickets. We could do a silver ticket. And then we pass the ticket to our, we pass the ticket using PTT. Pass the ticket to the LUID. And then the last thing we would do is then steal PID token. I think that will work. Because what we're going to do is, what I eventually want is this to work with multiple services. And the reason for that is because of this. If we do it the way we're doing it now, what's going to happen is we're going to have one LUID, one process. It's going to have access to a single service on a single target. Because we're forging a TGS, right? So instead, if we can forge it with two different processes, we could have it do something like WMI or PowerShell remoting or WinRM. So actually, let's look at something else real fast here. Oh, I'm trying to think. Because this thing says you can use alt service. Using Rubius, you may ask for all these tickets using the parameter alt service. But I think that applies to the PTT command here. See that? So let's go double check that. If that's the case, we might be able to make this work. Let's go check our PTT command here. Look at PTT. And see, what's weird is, I don't know where it's specifying that because all of our references to alt service are nowhere in this section of the documentation. See that? They're referenced here, 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 here. So I don't get what they're really going for with the alt service. Let's see what's the first recommendation here. Yeah, that's for S4U. That's for TGS sub. Yeah, so it's only referenced in this. It's not referenced in this particular one. I think that's a typo in Hack Tricks. I think that might not be accurate. At least not for this one right here. How long did you get your lab access for? I'm doing all the newbie questions. Oh, dude, you're fine. I actually will go re-up it here soon because I only have... You gotta think, on the stream, I'll burn 3 to 4 hours. So not too long ago, this was at 120 hours. So let me see if it actually has it listed in here. Lab extensions, here we go. So the options are you can do 15, 30, 45, and 60 days. I believe I did 60 days, which is, I think you get 120 hours to do that. So not too bad. You think about that's roughly 2 hours a day you can go spend in there. The problem is here on stream, we spend more time than that. So because you gotta think, so, and it's been more because Salty's been sick, so Tuesday and Thursdays don't really count. But that's still 4 days a week. Let's see, so what do you think? So I stream 6 days a week, 2 weeks with Salty, so we got 4 days a week, and we're doing 3 to 4 hours there, so we're talking 12 to 12 to 16 hours. Y'all like to sidetrack me? I don't mind, dude. That's actually kind of why I stream too, believe it or not. Is one is because I like answering questions and let people kind of hang out with this. I know a lot of folks really just turn on the stream too, and they kind of want to just hear what I'm talking about and listen passively until maybe something sparks their interest and then they'll hop in. They'll be working on other stuff. That's what I do. Totally. If I'm watching somebody stream during the day, I'm not actively watching them. I've got work to do. I'm doing work. If you busted through the lab very quickly, you could probably do it in 60 days. I think I'm currently on, just on stream, I think 250 hours. So, hey Serge, what's up, man? And so because we've been doing a lot of different stuff on it, we went through with Defender on, and we tried to figure out like, hey, what was actually OPSEC appreciative, doing all the little side quests that I like to call them, like, okay, hey, what if we didn't have access to this tool? What's another way we could do it? And really just hacking on the lab and having a good time with it.
Hack the planet!
Hack the planet! I need to go double check what the point redemption is, because I was going to figure, like, I usually stream for like at least 3 hours. I wanted to make sure the points generated from watching the stream for 3 hours was enough to redeem a Hack the Planet. So I need to go double check that. I do watch the points economy. Right, you gotta be elite to hack the planet. Okay, so I think if we want to rework this, we can. By doing this new method. So it's gonna make me a little sad, but here's what we're gonna do. I'm actually going to leave this alone. I'm going to make one modification to it. We're getting the PID back, right? So what we can do now is we can steal that token, and then we'll have the impersonation of that single one. I'm then going to duplicate this. I'm going to make a modification where instead of silver ticket, it's going to be called a silver multi-ticket. And then we're going to do it the way I just designed it here on the iPad. I'm not going for the no life in the way I did OSCP. 10 hours a week, you'll be fine at that rate. Whether or not it's doable in like 90 days, I think so. It depends on how familiar you are. The main thing is it depends on what you're going into the lab with. Me, I had zero experience with Cobalt Strike, and a lot of the pen testing I did was not over C2 channels. So I had to shift my thinking about common tactics that I knew and put them into a C2 frame of reference. So really, that was just the most difficult thing to think about. Okay, let me go look at the documentation for steal token. That's execute assembly. Steal. B steal token, there we go. So just okay, so we just pass it the PID. So we do B steal token, PID, we're good. So let's go try that real quick. What am I doing? There it is. B steal token. Beacon is gonna be $1. PID is gonna be just $PID. Boom. Not a lot of use for C2s in pen testing since it assumes you have a shell the whole time. Kind of. Typically, though, what we did is what's called remote box testing, where we would have a system live in the client's environment, or like I would just take my laptop to their place and I'd work from there. So I had one client in particular that I really didn't mind. I volunteered actually to go do the on-site pen test for them because they had a badass espresso machine. And also they've got a very hardened environment. So I really wanted to see like what they had done also to improve the security. That was a beatdown. Oh, so I'll be watching back and forth. Have a side job while school's out. Nice. Lots of computers for a school recycle project. Oh, nice.
Caution. A virus has been detected.
Minivate virus detected in the network.
Minivate virus. Once we have the Minivate virus, I'm going to send the Cookie Monster virus to slow you down. Look at this. Look at this Minivate. I sent Cookie Monster virus. I need to make a little thing to do that. Whole 3 viewers. Dude! I started with 1. Me. Because I have another tab open so I can monitor the stream on a different account so I can get like a different perspective on it. And I just talked my ass off to the camera. That's all I did. Send a flu shot. Alright, let's go try this again real fast. What were you working on, Wheat? Tell me. Tell me all the good deeds. Were you being a good little boy and hacking the planet? Yeah? Hey, Brobo, what's up, dude? Dude, actually, yeah, Chad is my rubber ducky. Oh, come on. Did our PID shit fail? Not cool, man. We'll just log it again. Let's go try this again. Damn it, I thought we had the PID stuff sorted out. Stumbling through Python 2.7 clownery. I'm going to attempt to 100% hack the box. Oh, okay. Dude, that's a good goal. You know some really badass tricks if you 100% hack the box. Only 2 active insane boxes left to do? Dude, nice. Dude, so some folks had asked me if I was going to do hack the box on stream, and I said maybe like every once in a while as a one-off. But honestly, there's folks that do hack the box on stream, and they probably do a better job than I do because I focus more on the real life stuff than the CTF stuff because it is a different perspective on how you're going to be doing the testing. And so I was like, I'm going to let the good people do that, and I'm just going to stick to the red teaming stuff. Let me see here. So why did it say invalid parameter? Oh, yeah. So it tried to steal PID 0. That's not good. All right, let's log it. Let's reload this and let's run it again. Dude, I'm kind of scared to even try like an insane box on Hack the Box just because they're so crazy. Oh, that's why. Look at this, guys. So when we're returning PID, we're returning it as an array. And we're trying to pass an array to here. So it's registering that as PID 0. So what we need to do is we need to just change this to get the 0th entry. Now we'll be good. Derp. Forgot that was coming back as an array. All right. Unamas. Hack the backs on stream is cool if you have good hackers in your chat to help. Otherwise, it's just live frozen terminal stream. All right, cool. So it did do this. It did steal the token from 5764. Nice. So now this was for workstation 1. Well, we're on workstation 1. Shit, that doesn't help. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's come over to B Farmer. So if we come over to Bob and we do a LS against workstation 1's admin share, we get access denied. Now, if we run this, we're going to run our silver ticket. It's going to get it. It's going to impersonate. It says we're impersonating Beef Farmer, but really we're impersonating Nina Lamb. But now if I do LS, the admin share, what do you mean login failure? Do I need to do workstation 1? I think I need to actually give it the FQDN. So dev.cyberbotic. So weird. What the hell, man? We did do SIFs, right? SIFs / workstation 1.dev.cyberbotic.app. Workstation 1. Let's go look through our output from our Kerberos silver ticket. So we pass the command, it builds the pack, it sets the domain, sets the SID. Let me double check this is the right SID here. Yeah, that's the correct SID. It's going to set the groups, service key, KDC, service, SIFs against workstation 1 dev cyberbotic IO. Force to TGS for Nina Lamb. To SIFs, workstation 1, cyberbotic IO. Yeah. All right, so we've got that. So then we did a create net only where we passed in the ticket. We get 5396. And then we tasked the beacon to steal the token from 5396. It does it. It says we're impersonating B Farmer because that's the local user. It's not the remote user. I think workstation 1 is jacked up. I'm going to reboot it because we're having lots of odd errors on workstation 1. Let's restart this sucker. So we can reconnect. There we go. That's what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Nina run our HTTP beacon just to keep it simple. I liked doing it through the chain, but for testing purposes right now, I want to keep it a little bit simple. So now what we'll do is I'm gonna tell this thing to exit. 1, 2, 4, 5. Let's clean up our graph a little bit here. Let's clear these out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have Nina run some stuff. Let's go a little PowerShell. Here, we'll have Nina run an HTTP beacon. We'll call that good. We just gotta wait for that to run. All right, cool. There's Nina over on workstation 1. Let's see if we can priv-esc on this sucker. Any unquoted service paths? Nope. About weak service binary conditions. Let me try something real quick. What if I elevate with a service executable? And what we'll do this TCP one. I think it's going to fail because we're in a medium integrity process. But we'll give it a try. What's weird is it seems to work whenever we have a high integrity process. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Yeah, because all of our elevate stuff gets flagged except for service executable. It doesn't get flagged, it just only works if you're elevated already. But one thing we can do, because Nina is a domain administrator, one thing we can do is actually we can jump over to using, let's say, let's do WMI. Let's do sharp WMI, and we'll do this with, how do I want to do this? We'll use sharp WMI, we're going to go to workstation 2, and we're going to run it as TCP 31337. Actually, no, we're going to do it on SMP for now. And here's why. I'm trying to keep these links that I want to stay active as TCP. The name pipes do work, but they can sometimes cause a little bit of issues. Okay, so see, now this is workstation 1. If we do the same thing, where we jump using sharp WMI over to WKSTN2, or workstation 1. So we used Nina to jump to workstation 2, then we're going to jump back to workstation 1 to have a high availability process, or a high integrity process. 31338, yeah. So we'll let this run for just a sec. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't set this one to interactive mode. That's why it's taking so long. So we should see another beacon appear right here. So weird. What do you mean it's access denied? I don't get why this system is being such a turd bucket. Alright, this is being very odd. Because, like, if I come over here, this one, let me rev to self real quick. And if we do a PS, if we steal a JKing process here, like this one, 4737. So, steal 4737. Oh, sorry, 4736. then what we should be able to do is we should be able to jump using, let's say, sharp WMI again to workstation. Let's see, we're on workstation 2. We want to jump to workstation 1. And let's say we want to do TCP 31338. And this should work because we're impersonating J King, and J King is a local administrator on this system. So if this says that it's not working, I'm going to blow that box away and reset it. Because something's gone funky in it. Which I don't like, because I was like, okay, if it's something I did, or was it just a lab anomaly? Because if it's something I did, that's something you want to be aware of, because you don't want to do this in a production environment where you just go bust shit up. Let me see if I can connect it here. Connect. Okay, so it ran, it needed a little bit more time to finish running. Awesome. So let's kill this one here. Exit and remove. Okay, perfect. So now we've got all the cards that we need for these various connections. So let's come back over to Bee Farmer. Let's try our silver ticket again. Well, we're going to try it from service here. So let's do a little bit of a sanity check. So we're going to do WK STN TAC1 dot dev.cyberbotic.io, and we're going to list the admin share. Oh, well, of course it works because we're using J King. Let me ref this off real quick. There we go. So we dropped our network impersonation token, and that's exactly what we should get. Now, just for double checking, if I come over here, I come to Nina, and I do the same command. Why would Nina be access denied on... What the hell, man? Nina's a fucking domain admin. Run, net, local group, administrators. Yeah, dev domain admin. Who am I? Groups. She's a fucking domain admin. Ugh. What the shit, man. I do not get it, Captain. This is so weird. Okay, so you know what I just realized? There's an easy way to get the domain SID. It's right there. Who are my groups? That's funny. All right. I want to try this again anyway. Let's try our silver ticket. Let's come over to workstation 2 again. I'm going to do one more thing. So elevate with a service executable. And we'll do this one on SMB. And this time it should work because we're running it from a high integrity process. There we go. And move that there. It's going to have to deal with this wiggly line here. All right. So let me run something. Let's run some Mimikatz. Let's dump those E keys again. So we'll do Sakurlasa E keys. Let's make sure we got the correct AES 256 for workstation. Oh, you know what I just realized? This is on workstation 2. Shit, did I kill the wrong one? Son of a bitch. That's why it was access denied. Damn it. Okay. Exit that. Let's remove it. Let's try. That's right. So for some reason our jump command didn't work. So let's invoke decom. We'll do this one on. I'll just do it on SMB. Why not? Oh no, we're gonna tell it which workstation to go to. So now we're going to jump to workstation 1 on SMB01. Hopefully, I didn't choose the same one. Just realized. Try SMB2. See if we get. So what I'm trying to do is we've got a session on workstation 1 as Nina, an elevated session on workstation 2 as Nina. So I'm trying to use that to jump back to an elevated session on workstation 1. So that we will have a low integrity and a high integrity process on both. What the hell? Why is the invoke decom not working? Let's try it with W minor first. I don't get this. Why the hell would Nina not have permissions to access workstation 1? I wonder if PS exec will work. This makes no damn sense. This should get flagged by Defender, but sometimes it seems like it half does and half doesn't. Why is it? I don't get it. I do not get it, Captain. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to cheese it. Because I really want to troubleshoot this silver ticket thing. Why a domain admin wouldn't have that kind of permission makes no fucking sense. Alright, so here's what we'll do. We'll go over to workstation 1. We're going to run an elevated PowerShell and do this. Yeah, but Defender should have thrown up a notice if we were getting caught. That's all right. Let's go, for sanity's sake, let's go double check the virus and threat protection log. It's 4:26 a.m. on the box, so if we had anything... Look, workstation 1 ain't blocked shit today. It hasn't blocked anything since 6.9. It's 6.13. Let's see, what files do we actually have hosted up here? Manage. We have our TCP 31337. We can do that. TCP 31337. So this should download and run. Where do we view the web log? Here we go, web log. Okay, so it did download it from the web log. Perfect. And then, so what we can do now is we should just be able to connect over to that. There we go. Hell, man. I need to learn more PowerShell. I've been putting that off learning Burp at this time. Dude, Burp is a great tool. It's really awesome. There's actually a really good YouTube playlist. PowerShell in a month of lunches. This is actually a really old playlist. But yeah, check this out. Basically, there are... Well, there's 100 things in here. It says a month of lunches, but that's a lot more than a month of lunches. Well, I don't know, maybe, because look, they're like 1 to 2 minutes each. 1 to 3 minutes. I personally need to go through this too, so I can learn some more PowerShell. I got a whole book sitting on my other desk that's about Windows internals using PowerShell. Let me do something here real quick. Let's elevate with the service executable to 31338. There we go. Now all this is on workstation 1. These are on workstation 2. Perfect. All right. God sakes. I gotta close some of these beacons. Let me go drop this in my notes real fast. I have too many. See, I don't bookmark anything, Oni. I just leave tabs open. Check this out. Look at all those damn tabs. Right there. Oh, you know, I just doxed myself. Shit. Only for this session. Yeah, there's actually a reason why the screen is resized to not show the address bar. It's because there's an access token in the address bar. Let's see. Okay, so we've got this now. Ah, you're annoying. Sleep 0, exit. Remove. That's our backdoor that fires every hour that we've got going on there. All right, let's think about this. My coworker was complaining about my tabs. I told him not. I'm not complaining about it, so go away. All right, let's see. So, okay, the command we had prepared was for workstation 1. So let's go over to our elevated workstation 1 thing, beacon here, and we're gonna run Mimikatz, Sucker Lasa, and then we're gonna do E keys again. So I want to check that we have the correct, for workstation 1, do we have the correct AES 256 key? Let's copy that. We do not. Are we missing the fucking 3? No. That would explain why this hasn't been working. Let's go to our notes real quick. Hold on. Hang on a second. This is beacon 3492. Workstation 1. This is the Workstation 1 AES 256. Yeah, that's it. For some reason, we were just using the Workstation 2 one on accident. Let's go double check the Workstation 2 one real fast. So we'll do Sucker Lasa again. And then E keys. I'm a tab saver also, no complaints. Dude, the number of browser windows and tabs I have open is disturbing. Okay, so I think we got that unscrewed up now. All right, so let's double check this. Workstation 2's is the B051 hash. Good. And then Workstation 1's should be the 5192 hash. Okay. So that would explain why this was getting all jacked up, because we had the wrong machine hash in here. So let's go try running this again. So this is for Workstation 1. I'm going to run it from here. it should auto steal, and then we should be able to LS against the admin share. Yep, so we did SIFs against workstation1.dev.cyberrobotic.io. If we do ls against wkstn.dev.cyberrobotic.io. Oops, we do the admin share. So the only thing that we had to fight against was my smooth as a cue ball brain. It's even worse today because you can restore tabs after reboot. Yeah. My RAM starts crying as soon as when I reboot and the browsers reopen. My computer's like, why do you hate me? What I'm really pissed off about, though, I just realized something. So if y'all didn't catch Apple's latest developer thing that they've got going on, where they're gonna bake in AI, Apple Intelligence, into the operating system, I'm like, dude, I just got them to approve like a year ago for me to get a Mac to use for work, and it's been fantastic. And now I've got to worry about what data leakage shit's gonna happen. Fucking hell, man, I just realized that. I'm so tired of AI all the things. How about you AI these nuts? God, I kind of want to make an Adobe Cloud account now, just so I can do the nightshade poison, and I'm gonna do like every innocuous thing I can think of, and it's gonna be trained like it's gonna be nightshade poison with just a picture of my nuts. Ugh, freaking AI. I saw someone on Twitter. It's like, hey, I'm tired of safe AI. Can we get dangerous AI? And I'm like, that's how you get Skynet. Do you want Skynet? Yeah, Windows is recalling the recall feature because of concerns. Yeah, no shit. Hey, dude, Anonymous is in the chat, gifting out subs. Thank you so much. All right, let's see here. So that did finally work. And of course, now I'm thinking, you know what? We can fucking go beyond and plus ultra this. I'm actually trying to cuss a little less on stream. And as you can see, it's not working well. Can you imagine pwning a box and getting all the recall features? Oh, dude. There was so much stuff on Twitter about people, or X, whatever it is now. The platform formerly known as Twitter. About people like, hey, by the way, I've already created tools for exfilling all the juicy shit out of recall. And what's really bad is, like, it was completely unencrypted. I don't know how they were scoring the screenshots, but they were storing the scraped data in a SQLite database that was unencrypted, and I want to say readable by any user. I could be mistaken, but just having it readable only by that user isn't a security barrier, because if the user can read it, then the user gets compromised, the attacker can read it. Oh my goodness. I guess they came in here thinking this was trolling, because I just realized they gifted the sub to Trump's Your Dad. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Throw money at me. I can buy more lab time. All right, let's see here. So now I'm going to kind of remake this function here. So I'm going to copy this stuff out here. This is going to be silver multi-ticket. Let's see. Let's put a note here. Perform silver ticket attack with multiple services. So let's think about how we want this to function. It's going to be very similar to this, right? We're going to need the user, the domain FQDN, the domain SID, the hash type and hash, and then the services where things are going to change. Actually, I just realized something. We're passing this piece of data twice. See that? I just realized that. Let's look at something. Now go away. View. Where's word wrap? Throwing money. Fucking love trolls. Thanks again for the anonymous sub. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I've got plans for stuff I want to do on the stream, and like I actually thought about trying to create like a lab up in AWS that we might be able to like work on together like as a team rather than doing something like on Hack the Box. Although I think is it Hack the Box that has the capture, like no, the King of the Hill. It's either Hack the Box or Try Hack Me. I don't remember which one. Hack Smarter was doing it with a bunch of his viewers. I thought that might be a fun thing to do too, like before we go into the RTO. Yeah, it does sound fun, and it's gonna be a chance for like all the really smart people to come in and whoop my ass and think it's hilarious. Both probably have something like that. All right, that'd be really cool. I'll have to think about how we want to do that. I don't know if I necessarily want to do it on stream. Maybe we'll do that like as a, maybe like a Friday night bonus or something. Okay, so Hack the Box has some kind of team-based battlegrounds, and Try Hack Me has Koth. Okay, King of the Hill. All right, let's see here. I just realized something. Look at this. Oh no, we weren't sending the domain FQDN. We were sending the SID. That's right. But actually, that makes it real easy because what we can do is we can send the host and then a list of the services we want to do this for. Yeah, because all we could do, we just have to do a very simple loop for the silver ticket and pass it to the Luid each time. I think let's do that. Why? Because fuck them. That's why. Dave Chappelle. Love Dave Chappelle. Actually, I want to modify this a little bit. I'm gonna leave. Why do I do this to myself? Yeah, I'm gonna leave this alone, actually. Because if you think about like if we wanted to do multiple services, having the service be the very last thing makes the most sense because then you can just change the end of the command. So whenever I'm personally building functions, I put the items that are going to change least frequently at the front to most frequently changed. So in this case, the hash isn't going to change. The domain SID's not going to change. Wait, did we put the domain FQD in here? Hold on. Am I losing my damn mind? I'm losing my mind. Yep, it's gone. I've lost it, chat. It's right there, yeah. We could have made this simpler, but you know what? I'm fine. That's fine. I'm going to leave this alone. Actually, this is different, though, because this is the user's domain. This is where the domain that needs to match the user. So it's not bad. All right, let's see here. I tell you, we've been going for a little while. I actually got to go use the bathroom. So I'm going to do a 3-minute ad break so it won't bother us for an hour. I'm going to run and use the bathroom. So I'll be right back, guys. Right, wait about 20 seconds, let the ads finish up. Let me think about this. Here's how I kind of picture this working. All right, welcome back, peeps. Let's see here. RPCSS. I want to try something. I'm just kind of spitballing how I picture this working. Host RPCSS SIFs. Okay. Because here's what I'm thinking we're gonna do. Grab a copy of this real quick. And we're gonna plan this shit out. All right, so we've got the user domain FQDN. Yep. And then we've got the domain SID right here. Then we've got the hash type and hash. Works out well. And then we did have the service. So instead of the service, we're going to have one more right here. This is going to be target FQDN. And the reason we have to use the FQDN is because we're doing this with Kerberos, and Kerberos requires domain names and very exacting domain names. So there we go. That actually, yeah, that should work just fine right there. So all we're going to do is just change the last parameter, and then we're going to add an additional parameter. So let's go do that real fast. So rather than service, we're going to have the target FQDN and then the services. Sweet. So once this is good, example service needs to change. This could be, we'll put like a sifs host RPCSS. And so we got to change something real quick here. So this actually needs to go to a 7 because we're going to have this be a little bit different. So rather than being the service, this is going to be the host. All right, let's call it the target. That's going to be position 5, right? So this is going to be, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be the services list. So we'll do dollar. Services is going to be the same thing. That's going to be number 6. And now this is going to make services a string, and we're going to actually recast it to an array. Let's see. I'm actually going to take all this out. Yeah, let me see how I'm going to do this. Let's think about this. Because the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to do the create net only functionality. So let's come up and look at that real quick. See, this was in callback 1, the first callback. Okay. Let's go grab this stuff right here. We'll go modify it. And we'll move this up here. There we go. All right, so here's our args that we're going to do. So we have domain, we have user, yep. We need to define $pass though. I forgot about that, because password we were doing as a random string. Random 8-character string, so let's grab that. So now we have pass, and then we're actually going to take out the ticket option here. So what we're going to do here is we're just creating the process, and we need to capture the LUID. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to pass this over to Rubius, and then we're going to have everything come back. Let me think about this, because what we're going to do is we're building a couple of different strings that we want to go past these different objects here. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is, rather than going to callback to, call this silver multi-ticket. And actually, we're going to have to change this invocation, because it's going to have to be a lambda one in here. Let's see how we did our lambda here. Drop this right here. In fact, this line is getting so damn long. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do it like this. I think we can make this multi-line here. There we go. It makes it a little bit easier to read. Okay. So let's make this name here. Let's make this the create net only args. Yes. And then actually what we'll do is we're going to create another set of arguments here, because this is what we need for the create net only assembly. Let's make a note here so we can keep track of what we're doing. This does create net only. Send capture LUID. So that's what we're gonna. That's the main thing we're gonna do here. So it's gonna create a random LUID, and what we want is we want to capture that LUID, and we want to be able to use it in the same, basically the same bucket to put all these tickets in together. All right, cool. So we've got this. So this is going to be silver multi-ticket. Let's go ahead and draft that real quick here. Okay, so we need to do one other thing here, and that is this right here, our parameters, we're actually going to need. So let's copy that. So let's call this our, what do we want to call it? Let's just call it our silver arcs. And let's make an adjustment here. I want this to come up. And the service is actually just going to be left off, because then what we can do is create net only is going to be used locally. Let's put a little note in here. This is going to be passed to callback. This one's going to be used locally. There we go. Let's see, so we don't need the domain. Let me think about this. Let's think about this. Okay, so we're going to pass this to actually go create the silver ticket. So we still want $1, 2, and 3. And what we can do next is pass in the silver arcs. Yeah, that should be good. Actually, we're going to need one more thing. We're going to need the services. So that's going to be our dollar services here. Yep. Should be good. And then what we can do is we can basically do a for loop for every element of services, create a silver ticket. And then pass that ticket over to what is it? Do a PTT to pass it to the Lewid. I think this will work. I think it will work. I'm going to copy this. Let's go. This way we can reference it real fast up here in our callback. So $2 is going to be our output from our create net only command. Let's do something. Let's do a blog $1. And what we're going to log is $2. Because we're going to want that in here anyway. So we can capture all the log output as we're going through it so we can debug. I'm going to save this, and then we're going to do this Kerberos multi-ticket callback. But actually, we need to adjust this right here. There we go. Let's see. Actually, let me take this out. Let's do services are comma separated. Get my foot on my chair. Let's do something. Examples. Let's do WMI. What do we have for WMI? We did host and HTTP. Actually, I'm getting different results here. So Hacktrix is saying host and RPCSS, but the official LabDocs is saying host and HTTP. Kerberos services needed for... Oh wait, I'm looking at WinRM versus WMI, that's why. So host RPCSS. Host RPCSS. PS exec is going to equal host SIFs. Now, what are some other useful ones here? Let's see. That's PowerShell remoting. That's WinRM. Scheduled tasks. Windows Remote Administrative Tools. We'll just leave it there for now. I just wanted this example to be the one that we could just go and copy and paste over here. Let's drop this in. There we go. Services are comma separated. There we go. Cool. So now once we have this up and running, what's going to happen once we do this, we pass it a list of these. It's going to go request all those various services, and then it's going to pass them into a single LUID. Or it's going to create a process. That process is going to give us a LUID. We're going to get all these tickets. We're going to pass the ticket into the LUID, and then we're going to steal the process token and have access to all those ticket services. That will be badass. This makes me happy. All right, so we're going to pass silver args and services up to here. Let's go run this real quick, and let's just see if we get the log back correctly from the... because we're going to have to go parse that LUID value. Let's go over here. Let's reload the script. Let's run it again. Silver multi-ticket. Let's check the help real quick. Did I not change it? Oh, damn it, I did the callback. Fantastic, Smooth Brain. That would be bits for the Idiot Cup right there. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put any line breaks. Son of a bitch. And same thing here. I didn't pick it. There we go. Ah, shit. Gotta reload it again. Reload. Remember one time I went down a rabbit hole because I forgot to reload it while I was doing this? Let's make another minor change to that. There we go. All right, we're just gonna leave that as is right here. Cool. Not gonna worry about the usage right now, but let's go give this a shot. I just want to see what it does here. Actually, I do want to make another change. While I'm logging shit out, I want to look at this real quick. We're gonna log it to the output because I want to see what the silver arcs are. Silver arcs. And then same thing here. We're gonna relog this out. One. Then we're gonna say services equals $services. Oh, that's not. There we go. Then we can make sure those are getting parsed properly. Oh. All right. Again, we reload, and we're gonna run this one more time. Because if this works, it's gonna be actually really freaking cool. Oh, you know what I need to get? I actually need to get the man we built for this. All right, let's see if this works. Hold on to your butts. No, we got a failure off the bat. Let's see. I think I might know where the issue is here. I forgot we changed this to, this should be create net only args. I realized that as soon as I ran it. Okay. Well, at least it was a simple change. All right. Again. Let's run this. And we'll let this run for just a second here. Okay, cool. So we did get this. Got the process ID and then the LUID right here. Okay, cool. So let's go borrow our regex for the process ID so we can have that, and then we're gonna have to create a regex for the LUID. That shouldn't be too terribly difficult because it should be very similar to the PID regex. So we're going to drop this in our multi-ticket callback. So we actually need 2 regexes. We need PID regex. And then we're gonna need another one for regex Luid. I don't know if we're going to need a ticket regex. Let me think about this for a second. But I'm going to put it in here just in case we do. Actually, did services come back okay? Yep. Host, RPC, SS, and SIFs. Perfect. I just realized we didn't actually parse dollar services here. So how did it get dollar services back? I just realized that. Because normally I would have pulled these out as $4 and $5. But did it actually take the name along with it? I want to try this now. This should be $4. This one should be $5. Hold on, let me comment this out. There's so many oddities to this language, I just keep discovering new ones every damn stream. This language is abysmal. Alright, so let's run this again. Interesting. I did not realize that. So it looks like if you pass these by name, you can access them by name. I don't know if I like that or not. I really don't know if I do. I think I can take all of these out. In fact, I don't like that at all. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to parse it. This is services is going to be $5. Yeah. And then what was the first one? We had silver args. So let's do dollar. Silver args going to equal $4. There we go.
Hack the planet!
Freak hack the planet! Love that sound. Damn it, there was another sound alert I thought about you hackers made me think about, and I can't remember what it was now. Shit. It was gonna be funny too. I'm sure it'll come back to me later. Like I'll be laying in bed, like, yeah, it's time to go to sleep. Hey, here was that sound you were gonna make. You're like, fuck. All right, so we've got our arcs here. I don't know if we're gonna need this regex right here, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So I'm gonna make a new one. So we need a regex for the PID. Actually, we had a PID regex up here at the very end. Here we go. Right past my code. There you go. So this would be regex PID. And then we need one more for the Luid. So rather than PID, this is going to be Luid. And then what does the Luid output look like? I think we can use very similar code. We could just do 0x and then hex. There we go. Boom. Matches a hexadecimal digit. So we should just be able to modify one of these regexes here. So instead of PID, this is going to say capital Luid. Awesome. And this is going to be 0x 0x. And then this is going to be the Luid value. Actually, I want to do a little bit of processing on services. Let's see. Because I know there's a way to split a string into an array. Yeah, there we go. So we can split by a delimiter for the input. So it's delimiter input. Split, our delimiter is going to be a comma. And then there's our data. So we'll see if services comes back correctly after we split it, because we want it to be an array because we can loop over arrays a little bit more easily. So services should come back as an array. The ticket's not going to match anything because I'm going to actually comment this out now. We don't need this. But we will need to get the PID and the Luid. It's going to be the PID. This is going to be the Luid. Okay. Let's go reload this and see if we've got all of our shit parsing correctly. Hold on to your butts. Okay, so PID and Luid did not process properly. See that? Still, services did process correctly. So did Silver Arcs, so that works nicely. But let's go see what's wrong with this here. So that's why. We forgot to update what regex these are referencing. This I is smooth brain. There we go. What's funny is it doesn't throw any errors. It's just like, fuck it, I don't know what it is. That's one of the things that makes debugging these a little bit of a pain in the ass. Hey. Awesome. All right, cool. So we want to save the PID for now. We need to build one more callback. The callback is going to do the the pass the ticket operation. So we build one more callback, we should be good. And then now if we want to target like these individual systems, we can just pass it the whatever the relevant thing is. All right, cool. If you really want to think about it, this is almost like my notes for the course. I had like a whole Git book I was working on that I thought would be really cool to do. And I haven't touched it ever since I started streaming, really. I was working on it in my own personal time, but really I just put that all in stream time. All right, let's see here. Let's go double check the Silver Arcs real fast. Awesome. Because what we should be able to do is, here at the end, we left the service blank, right? So what we can do is we can get the ticket and PTT the ticket as we do this. So let's check the sleep docs and see how the hell do we do a for loop. Flow control loops. For loops are similar. For loops consolidate the initialization, comparison, and increment statements into one statement. interesting. Oh, so there actually are for each loops in here too. So similar to the assignment loop is the for each loop. For each loop takes either a function, an array, or a hash scalar and iterates over each of them. Oh, for each key assigned to a value from data. Right here. See that? So I think we could do for each service in services, and then have it go through and do each of these. Okay. I think that'll work. I'm going to leave these in here for now. So what I want to do next is we'll do the for loop in here. What's the syntax for this? It's for each. Value percent sign source. Okay. So we have services. So for each service, is that how we do it? No. Yeah, actually, so it is going to be a dollar sign because I can see it here, the dollar sign value. So let's do for each service in services. I think that's what we do. Yeah, should be right. Or actually, here's an example here. This is an array. This is the index and the values. Zero, 1, 2. Oh, I see. So it runs through here, it then does print line data. So find that, and then it prints it out. Okay. I should get it removed data. That's weird. All right. Let's see what we can do with this. I think this will work. What I want to try to do here is we're just going to do another quick vlog. And what we're going to say is I'm going to call this the and equals. And then we're going to just pass in silver args. And then also append in the service. So we passed in 3, so we should get 3 blogs back whenever we do this. Let me think about this actually. So first thing we did, we created the net only. When we request the tickets, we'll get the ticket back, and then we have to PTT that ticket into it. Which actually that will work, because if we get that, this is our first callback, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to have one more callback where each of these get passed to it, and then it processes the ticket by PTT into the LUID. So remember, the LUID is just a bucket to hold all these tickets. We look over here. I think we did it on this one. Yeah, we'll just do it real fast. Previous triage. Here. So we've got a LUID, which is assigned to like all these tickets for Nina. Same thing here. We've got a LUID that's assigned for all these workstation dependent LUIDs here. So the LUID is just a bucket. If we don't specify a LUID, I think it passes it into a random one, or it gets one from the system. I don't know. That's why we're going to let the LUID come back to us from the create net only. We'll let it be whatever random value it wants to assign us. This is cool though, because it does tell us what our current LUID is. All right. Let's come back over to our code. Yeah, I want to try this again. Let's give this a shot real fast. Let's just run it and see if we should get 3 lines of additional logging output. come back to us. Because we're running this for 3 services. So what should happen is, for each service, it should do a ticket request, and then it should pass that ticket over into... Hey, looks like it worked. Did it work? Oh yeah, look at that. Sweet. All right, we're cooking. We're starting to cook with propane. Here's what's happening here. So I'm gonna clean that out. We are gonna want this though, the silver args and the service. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do an execute assembly here. Tell it to run Rubius. Did we structure the silver args correctly? Yes, we do have the keyword silver in there, so it knows to do a silver attack. Perfect. All right, so B execute assembly. And then we'll fix this up. So this is going to be... The assembly is going to be Rubius. And then our parameters, it's going to be this right here. And then we need to pass in 1 null parameter, and then we can have our callback. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do this the same way we did the previous one, where they're on different lines, just to make it slightly more readable. And then we're going to have our callback here. So our callback is going to be another lambda. Which I always have to just think about. I can't just really put this. So we'll come back up here. We're going to drop in our lambda function. The whole purpose of the lambda function is to be able to not just call the next callback, but to be able to call it with custom parameters here. So $1, 2, and 3 are fixed, but we want to be able to change these silver args and the services here. So rather than the silver args, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in... Actually, that's where this is going to have to go. This regex for the ticket, that's going to have to go into the next callback, because that's where the output for the silver arg is going to be, right? This is where we're running the silver ticket request. So do we need to parse that output and get the ticket out? So we need to get the ticket out, and then we got to pass it into the LUID with that. So let's take a look here. So we do silver arg service. So we don't care about the service, but we do care about, and we don't really care about silver args either. What do we need for this? We're going to need... We're going to need the LUID. That's what we're going to need. Yeah, so we will need the LUID here. What else do we need? I'm trying to think. I think that's actually it. Let's go see. If we need to modify this, we can. Let's go make our next callback here. It's going to be callback 2. Comment that out, so that way we remember kind of what we've got. Let's make another note up here. This is going to... This is actually going to perform silver ticket requests. This is going to parse tickets and PTT to LUID. There we go. Just so we can keep straight, because we have a lot of moving parts in this one. But if it works, it's going to be fucking sick. Yes, it is stealth. I'm going to say hack the planet, and then it's just going to fucking take over the whole domain. really, actually, I look at this also as a little bit of tradecraft training because eventually, like, if I want to be able to show somebody for like whatever next job I want to interview for, or if somebody wants to headhunt me, they'll be able to see all this stuff here. So you think about it this way. This is also kind of portfolio building going on. If somebody's like, "Hey, well, how well do you know Cobalt Strike?" Go look at this repo. We developed that on stream. I have hundreds of hours of me working on it, so you can see that, yeah, I do know how to develop it and learning it, and you can see the code get better as it goes down. Let's see here. All right, so we actually need to take this part right here. This needs to come out. Let's go ahead and define our local. Drop this in here. Gonna uncomment those lines. And then regex ticket's gonna drop up in here. And we can actually take regex ticket out of here. We didn't need that. Actually, I think this might be why it was letting us pass that like that. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what's not allowed on the exam, but I mean, your notes are allowed. I can't imagine I can't go import my aggressor script into the exam. I'm going to make all these local variables here. Like OCP, I think there are just a few small rules. Yeah, probably. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there are some rules on there. You only have a limited amount of time, too. It is kind of initial access CTF style. You're going to be given a document, I think, of certain threat actions you need to mimic. So all of this could just be a learning exercise and mean fuck all on the exam. Just to be straight with you, because it might say like, oh, hey, by the way, the attacker uses these particular methods to do stuff. And so if you have to emulate that method, then what are you going to do? You're going to say, okay, well, all this stuff I had doesn't emulate that method. This just did it the way I wanted to do it. Let's do this. Let's parse out our LUID real quick.
User Draconianitis is online.
Draconianitis. Dude, the usernames that pop in here just make me smile. Fucking love them. Thanks for coming online, man. I actually took the OSCP I took it in 2018, and I didn't pass. And I'll tell you why I didn't pass. I did too much scanning. And you might say, well, what does that mean? I did a ton of scanning, which meant I had a lot of data I had to sort through, which means I had to then make judgment calls on which data was relevant and which ones weren't. And then on top of that, I had to then keep that in memory. Instead, what I did is I did very aggressive, targeted scans during my second attempt, and I blew it out of the water. So even though I had all the skills to do it, I didn't operate at a high efficiency the first time I took it, because I was giving myself analysis paralysis. Too much data coming in, not enough processing time in RAM. I finished the second one so much faster. It was crazy. You're given 24 hours to do the exam. I was done and had the report submitted in like, I want to say that within that 24-hour window. I don't forget how much time I had left, but it was plenty. All right, I need to look at what the syntax is for passing the ticket. Maybe. I don't know what the new results are, because remember, I took it before they did the big refresh to OSCP. When I took it the first time, I actually took the course in 2010 and learned a shit ton about it. But I never felt really comfortable enough to take the exam. And I was in school at the time. I was in college. So I put it way back burner. When I got my first pen testing position in 2018, I went to go take it again after I had been on the job for like 6 months. And it hadn't changed that much. So now to see them do the big refresh on it kind of makes me happy. I wish they had left the buffer overflow in there. But that's just because maybe I'm an old fart. I don't know. That's how it used to be, Stealth. You were allowed to use Metasploit on like one box. I forget what it was. It was something like that. Let's see. So we have our regex ticket here. So then what we need to do is let's look at what the syntax is for passing the ticket with Rubius. PTT, here we go. What is this? Elevated ticket application to another login session? Oh, it requires elevation, okay. Well, we should have access to that LUID because we're going to create the LUID, so... Okay, cool. So all we got to do is PTT to the LUID and the ticket. That's a very simple syntax. Awesome. So let's go run that real fast. Or let's go build it out, I should say. So let's do our... our PTT args. Is going to equal PTT. And then we're going to append /space /LUID. That's going to be $LUID. And then we're going to drop in /ticket. And then we're going to just append our ticket onto that. So a whole lot of string appending, not a whole lot crazy going on. I guess it would help if I put the $sign in there. There we go. All right. I don't know if this command actually needs a semicolon, but I've been burned by semicolons in the past, so we're going to just drop that in there. All right, so we're going to do the PTT here. And then actually we can just execute the assembly. So we'll do B execute assembly. Beacon's going to be $uno. Fix the line because the tab complete doesn't work sometimes. We're going to run Rubius again. And our parameters is just going to be PTT args. And we don't care about the callback here. We can let the assembly run and get the callback for us. I think, anyway. Yeah, it should work. Why not? Let's try it. So let's take a look at our control flow here. So in the main function, we parse out all the data we need. We create our net-only process. And when our create net-only process happens, we pass all that output back to our first callback. So in our callback, we're going to parse out the arguments we got from the first set and also our services as an array. We split those out. We get the PID, we get the LUID. And then we do a bunch of logging here. And then we do our execute assembly with our Lambda function here. Hey, Lily. Welcome, welcome. We're doing some Kerberos hacks, but we're trying to automate it with aggressor scripts. Oh yeah, the GitHub is... And I update this every night after the stream. So if we start as we start doing stuff like the home lab build out, I'll start dropping that in there. Oh. Cheap viewers. I don't want cheap viewers. I want high-class viewers. Try to do bug bounties. Nice. If you can, if you get really proficient at bug bounties, it's a nice way to make an income, especially once you get some popularity, right? and you can get invited to private bounty programs where there's like less competition, but your output needs to be, you know, pretty good. You can actually make a decent amount of money doing that. I suck at bug bounties, Lily, and I'll tell you why. I'm a professional pen tester, and I've been doing it for 6 years. And when bug bounties were kind of becoming a thing, I thought, well, sure, why not? I'll just put my pen test skills to the use at night, and I'll just make extra money that way. And it felt like I was trying to work like 16 hours a day. It was such a beatdown. So I don't do bug bounties, even though it's cool with my company. They said, yeah, if you want to do it, and we'll put it up on the company blog. You can keep the bounty, whatever. But it just felt like I was leaving work and then going right back to work. And I was like, it was not a fun experience for me. So I usually recommend it to folks. Hold on. Dying. I usually recommend it to folks. Hawks was not fishing, Hawks was spamming. And so, like, there'll be these, if you didn't know this, Twitch's chat is actually just running IRC on the back end. So you can connect an IRC bot over to it and then go send messages. So Hawks was like, hey, we'll get you viewers on your stream. I was like, fuck you, I got viewers. And your viewers don't talk. What use are they to me? Although now with some of the AI stuff, maybe they will talk. That'd be kind of creepy. I still need to work on HackerBot. Dang it. I thought I was going to have time to next week, but I got to go prepare for a presentation, and I'm going to be out of town. I don't know what we're going to do on stream on Wednesday and Thursday. I got to figure that out because I'm going to have to travel. Yeah, real views. You can't build a community off of bots. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, I'll tell you what, Lily, there is a fella. Right, hang on one second. Let me find his name real quick. B7H30. Pretty sure that's his. That's who I'm thinking it is. Yep, there it is.
User Paccarone is online.
Caution. A virus has been detected.
Hey, let's just talk about you.
Smarter virus detected in the network.
So Lily, check out B7H30. He does a lot of bug bounties. Tyler, what's up, dude?
User Grizzly529
We're gonna slow down the breach with the Cookie Monster virus. What were y'all working on tonight, man? Dude, did you see everybody playing Among Us earlier? I only got to catch it for like a minute because I was running around. Was it fun? I'm hoping it was good because there's so many devious and like crafty folks in there. I was hoping it was gonna be a good time.
I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair.
Bullshit, Grizzy, you can't hear me. Trying to lie to me, tell me I'm muted. Never trust chat. Bug bounty's still a thing. I thought you invest too much time for less return. It can be. Bug bounties can be useful learning tools. I don't super recommend them, especially since a lot of times they're based on web. And so if you don't have a real big love of web, then it may not be the most fun thing for you to do. But they have a valid use case, right? I like to tell, like, you know, bug bounties is kind of like working for tips. I work on commission, you know? No, you're good, Grizz. I need to come up with a couple more sounds for the board, since I was thinking about it. I did just recently put this one in that I really like. So it's really funny because this was true back in the day, and it's even true, like just as true now. In the US, there's a lot of folks that want to focus on like binary exploitation and network. And then in like the EU and across the Atlantic, They want to focus a ton on web. Really, because Tyler said so. Hey, he's a smart dude. You know, sometimes you want to take his advice. Are there bug bounties for AD and system stuff? Not typically. Usually bug bounties occur, you're looking at usually one of two things, a particular application or a setup of a system in there. Cross supply chain attacks so that I can take over the world. Nice. Oh, he just admitted it. Franklin did the XZ hack. I'm on to you, Frank. To you. It would be so cool to figure out what was the back end for that, because that was a very long con op. Oh, so Lily, the XZ hack. Let me see if I can find a good write-up of it. So XZ is a very popular tool. Hold on, that's not what I want. I don't know if this is a good article to it. I had some really good articles on it, but essentially what happened, Lily, one autistic guy who was trying to shave off 500 milliseconds from an SSH login noticed that a particular set of cryptographic tools called XZ had altered his system in a way that caused it to take longer to log in. So one super astute guy from Microsoft who was just trying to be hyper efficient with some embedded system noticed this and sounded the alarm. He literally saved the internet trillions of dollars because XZ is used in so many systems. It would have been a compromise of damn near every computer on the internet. Yeah. And so what had happened was it allowed this user, whoever this malicious person was, they went and put their own custom backdoor login process to SSH onto those systems. So any system that had SSH exposed, he would have had backdoor access to it. Yeah, I never got into the super deep details, Frank. I know the high level details, but man, it was crazy. And this whole thing happened, Lily, over the period of years, where whoever did this, yeah, Asperger's for the win. No kidding, man. Oh, dude, Tyler, I bet whoever did the XZ hack was probably raging. I was like, what do you mean some random Microsoft guy noticed a 500 millisecond increase in login times?
User handle is online.
I'm pretty sure it was SSH backdoor. Let me double check here. Hold on, zoom in.
User hack_smarter is online.
I accidentally found a security issue while benchmarking Postgres changes. If you run Debian testing unstable... Oh, thanks for subbing, Tyler. Appreciate it, man. Much love. If you run Debian testing unstable or some other bleeding edge distribution, I strongly recommend upgrading ASAP. I was doing some micro benchmarking at the time, needed to quiesce the system to reduce noise. Saw SSHD processes were using a surprising amount of CPU despite immediately failing because of wrong usernames. Profiled SSHD showing a lot of CPU time in liblzma, which was the previous name for the XZ tools, with perf unable to attribute it to a symbol. Got suspicious, recalled that I had seen an old Valgrid complaint in automated testing of Postgres a few weeks earlier after the package updates. So here, I'll drop this here in the chat, but really good breakdown of it. Yeah, this guy went on, it was a multi-year, look at this. 2021, some user creates a GitHub account, commits to the XZ repo, and basically this started in 2021 and didn't kick off until 2024, this year. Guy spent a long time doing a trick, and one autistic engineer at Microsoft shut him down so hard the entire internet's laughing at him. There's the TLDR. So there's a really cool. I dropped the article there. This has a really great breakdown of it. I think this might have been the one I went over before. So yeah, it was a crazy hack. And you want to talk about divine intervention? This one guy just like, hey, I want to make my particular thing hyper efficient. Noticed a 500 millisecond difference. How many of us would have noticed a half-second difference? Shit, I wouldn't have. I hope he got a fat bonus from Microsoft for that. Don't trust that link, Lily. I've only kind of tinkered with stream elements. I don't know if that actually works. Frank, I would have noticed. Yeah, you would have noticed because you knew it was happening, Frank. I'm on to you. I'm on to you, Frank. Who knows? I kind of want to make a shadow nose joke, but also that's going to make me seem even older than I currently am. All right, I think we're good here. I want to do one more thing. After this for each loop, I want to drop another B-log statement. I say, so what we're doing, folks that just came in from Tyler's stream, is we're automating some Kerberos silver ticket attacks in aggressor scripts for Cobalt Strike. Frank is hella sus. I have no thoughts over them taking over breach forums, except, I mean, would you expect anything different? 43 years old, been coding for 38 years. Damn, dude. Actually, I was so sad because I got a small Lenovo laptop refurbished off of eBay for my son, and he really liked it, and it's dead. It looks like the motherboard died. So there are some replacement motherboards available on AliExpress. I don't usually buy stuff off AliExpress, so I'm going to make an exception for this. And so I was going to have him actually go through with me and take apart the laptop and swap out the motherboard. It's not going to pop up, Lily. I don't know. I just hadn't messed with stream elements very much. I literally used it for one thing. Here, you want to see? This over here. This chat on the side. There. That's stream elements. That's it. Last week, someone bought in Pakistan with my PayPal credit card. Oh, dude, that sucks.
User Big Doggy 101 is online.
Big Doggy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy who came online? I have a little doggy. First. Ed, come here. This is my hacking sidekick, Panda. She hangs out under my desk on a smelly old backpack because she refuses to use her bed because I guess the backpack smells like me. Hello, Panda. Who's a good boy? So, Frank, what is 3D Verify? Because I've heard of, like, a lot of, the first time I heard that was very recently. I haven't heard about that. Yeah, she's a Boston Terrier, and she is hella smart and very mischievous. She gets into stuff all the time. $2FA on credit cards? Interesting. That's crazy. I'll have to go take a look at that, because I'm curious about that. Because the only time actually I saw it recently mentioned was some guy on Discord was trying to purchase a course online and was asking for help because I think his 3D Verify was failing or something. I actually didn't even want this dog, Oni. It got foisted on me by my sister-in-law because her in-laws breed Bostons. And I really wasn't keen to go get like a dog with. I never had a dog with papers before, but they had one extra, and so they convinced me to go ahead and take her home. And she's been a pretty good dog. She hangs out with me in the office. Once lost $20 on PayPal because someone bought a USB adapter. Rude. Let me make a note here. Should be able to steal process token for PID. And then we'll put the PID in. We did get the PID, right? Yeah. All right. We've been tinkering with this code for a while. Let's see if it actually runs. Remove that. Okay. Let's go reload our script and see if this works. Where's my script manager? There it is. Actually, yeah, it did go through, Lily. So, interesting. I didn't know I even had that set up. Don't worry about it, Lily. I mean, unless you just really want to, I mean, just come in and hang out. Ask questions. Uh-oh. Got an issue here. Our LUID and our tickets are not populating correctly. So what did our command do here? Let's go take a look. We got our PID and our LUID. For some reason they didn't cross over though. There is not a free version of Cobalt Strike, Doc. I'd say probably the closest you're going to get to it though is another open source tool called Havoc C2. It was basically designed to look very similar and act like it. And I think Spider is actually working on doing a complete revamp of it. And I think he'll have a premium tier, but he's also got the open source copy here. What we do, when I finish up the RTO lab, we're going to start a new section where we do a home lab using the Game of Active Directory lab. And then we're going to be able to put all the tools we want to in there and tinker with them. Havoc and Mythic C2 are on the list of ones to go in and mess with. So yeah, the main attractor for this lab for me was getting to use Cobalt Strike, because I don't get to use Cobalt Strike because it's expensive. The lab is, I think, about $150 US for, what is this? For 2 months. That's it. I did 2 months. It's about 150 bucks. So. All right, let's see here. So for some reason, our PID or our LUID did not come through cleanly. Hold on, so this should have ran our silver ticket. Let's go look at our output again real fast. We might just have a typo in here. So for some reason, we're trying to run Rubius with Luid and Ticket, but they're blank. Even though up here, we have our PID and our Luid. We tasked our beacon to run 3 different... So the beacon did run 3 different instances of our silver ticket request. Then we got should be able to steal PID 4552. Okay. Not what I wanted. You broke your tooth? Oh no. What is this doing? Why is it... I saw that, Lily. That sucks. I actually have one tooth that I had to have a root canal on, and I guess they didn't do a good job on it. It got reinfected because it's supposed to be a very sterile environment. And actually, I had to go get a root canal. Didn't even know that was a damn thing. That sucked. So I feel for you because I've kind of been there. So it runs each of these. I don't think we'll be able to automate the stealing the token. Oh, that's rough, dude. There's very few pains like tooth pain because you got that your mouth and your teeth just have a huge number of nerve endings. So when something hurts in there, it hurts so bad. So why is our Luid? Okay, let's do some more logging here real quick. $1. We're gonna say let's see. So the block here, we're gonna blog it. What that blog means is beacon log. That's where it shows up in this section here. So a log. Let's do our Luid here. So we want the Luid, and then we also want to get our ticket here. Actually, we want to do one more blog here. We want to blog $2, which would be our output from it. That's just going to be our raw output from the silver ticket request. So we'll be able to see the whole thing. So we should see our Luid and should see our ticket. All right, let's save this. Let's reload it. Let's see if we can make this work. Hold on to your butts. I actually work as a penetration tester. So I've been doing that for 6 years. I've been in IT for 14 years. I've been hacking on computers since the 2nd grade. So, whole lot of fun. Been a wild ride. So I still work during the day. When the kids are in bed, I'll come hop on stream. Okay, so we've got something funky happening here. Ooh, Lily. That's not fun. Hey, it's no problem, man. I like teaching. I also taught a course at Black Hat for the last 4 years. This year, they decided not to pick it up. Probably because I tried to shift it from a 2-day course to a 4-day course, and I suspect they didn't have as many 4-day courses available. Probably the 2-day courses are more popular also. But really, the course, it was kind of like a red teaming class for blue teamers. So they could start thinking like, hey, what are people that are trying to break in actually doing, right? Thinking a little bit more offensively. And unfortunately, it was just a whole lot to try and cram into 2 days. So I submitted it as a 4-day course this last time, and they turned it down. I was like, damn it. So probably not going to, definitely not going to Black Hat this year because I'm not paying for that. Also not going to DEF CON this year. So, okay, so we had an issue with doing the silver ticket here. I'm a dumbass. You know why? We need the target. The service format is it's the service / the target. This should be host / workstation1.dev.cyberbotic.io. No wonder why it's not working. I is smart. That's right, because what we can do is actually, this is a minor change down here in the primary multi-ticket function. Because this is actually where we build the silver arcs. Or is it? No, we never passed the target, do we? You know what? That's fine, because we're just going to tack it right on here to the end. Target. So let's go up to our callback function. We'll update this. And we'll do taller target. Is going to be $6 here. There we go. And I'm going to make target a local 2. There we go. All right. So once we get the target, what we're going to need is we're going to need where's our arguments here? Oh, here we go. So what we need to do is we actually need to take our silver args and make an append onto these. So rather than trying to have this down here, what I'm going to do is we're just going to string format it up here. So it's going to be the $. Then we'll put it in a /. It is a /, right? Double check here. Yep, it's service / target. There. So we'll zip past $target here. Which actually I think I'm going to need to take this down here. There we go. So I need to parse the target variable first before I try to, access it. Oh, you know what I just realized? I can't do silver arcs here because we won't have the service parsed out yet. I just realized that. So that's all right. What we'll do is we'll just move this down to right here. God damn it, that's not going to work. Let's undo this. Just going to cut this out. I guess we're just going to leave it where I had it, right here. Yeah, I think that's going to be the simplest solution, even though I wanted to kind of make it a little bit cleaner. That should work. Okay, let's go try this now. Did I save it? I don't remember. Yep. All right, so let's reload the script here. Oh, it would help if I didn't close the script interface. All right. Reset that, and then let's run it. Every time I shut down my Parrot security VM, it factory resets. What VM software are you using, Lily? Oracle. So you're using VirtualBox? Is it do you by chance still have the ISO file attached to the VM? Because if so, it might actually be booting off of that CD and doing a live boot, as opposed to running off of the hard drive where it'll be a persistent boot. That's really weird. I don't remember what order I asked the questions. So go into your VM and make sure you don't still have the ISO file connected to the virtual machine. So disconnect it from the CD-ROM, virtual CD-ROM in there, and then try it. I think I need to make one more dumb callback. I'm going to make it up here at the top. Dummy callback to get stuff to run in the correct order. We're going to call this dummy callback. And all this is going to do is just vlog $1 and $2. That's it. So now I'm going to come back to the bottom here since we have the dummy callback here. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in a null and another callback. So the callback here is going to be dummy callback. I'm trying to make sure I can get this stuff to, because it tries to operate asynchronously. So let's say, for example, this execute assembly is taking a while. It'll move on to the next thing. I don't want it to do that, though. I want it to take its time. Tyler coming in clutch. All right, let's go try this now. I want to do something here real quick. I've got way too many beacons open. Close every single one of these. And then just reopen the one I'm working on. All right. I'm gonna put a little buffer in here, and then we're gonna send it. Full send. So we tasked it to the create net only. All right. Is it working now? Oh, for some reason the Luid is still not coming through. What the French toast? Alright, so somewhere where we're logging the Luid in the ticket, it's not doing it properly. Why is the... the output makes no sense.
User's Night Blossom is online.
Night Blossom, welcome. Come on in. The bits and the bytes are perfectly warm. Jump on in. Alright, why the hell's the output look so funky? I don't get it, man. What's it doing? Why is it doing this? Now it says failed to boot. I think that's what happened, Lily, is you had the ISO attached, so it was booting off the CD-ROM. Go ahead and reattach it, and then check. There should be like an install option. What might be happening is there's like a try Parrot OS in there, and what that does is it loads up a temporary copy of it, basically in memory, on your virtual machine. But you want to look for an install option to be able to install it to your virtual hard drive. All right, so here's our Luid. We parse out. Hold on, let's go look at the output again real fast here. Yeah, so hit try and install, and then once it loads up on the desktop, there's probably like an install icon. Double click that, and it will probably bring you through the install prompt. Let me see if I can grab all this output. Let's go throw it into a text editor where it's a little bit easier to read. All right. Let's grab all this because we got a lot of gears moving here. Let me turn off word wrap here. Word wrap, be gone. Hey, I turned you off. There we go. Look at all this output we got from this. Okay, so we executed our Kerberos Silver multi-ticket attack. Here. So first thing it did is it tasks Rubius to do a create net only. It's going to create a command.exe. It's going to use the domain of dev cyberrobotic.io. Username is Nina Lamb. Password is a random password we just generate. All right, so we get a process ID of 7460 and a Luid of 14D. Those parse out correctly. The services parse correctly. Host, RPCSS, and CIFS. Do our args look correct? Silver args. So user Nina Lamb, dev, SID, AES 256, no wrap, and then the service. Yeah, hit the try and install, Lily. And then probably what's going to happen is once it finishes booting up on the desktop, there's probably going to be like an install program to run. At least that's how it does it with like a lot of kind of the more modern Linux distributions. Okay, so then it's tasked to run 3 different Rubius silver ticket attacks. Okay, so run the installer, and then you'll be able to actually install it to the virtual hard disk. Has the word bullshit in it. messed with Parrot OS too much. I've been meaning to. That's probably something we'll deploy in the home lab. I'm probably going to deploy Kali and Parrot, and then maybe Black Arch if I'm feeling like masochistic. Okay, so we got one of these for host. The host one worked. Let's check the next one. RPCSS worked. For some reason, the import ticket, the LUID, and the ticket are not parsing correctly. And the SIFS one comes back also. Okay. Weird. So for some reason, hold on. I saw the LUID parse up here. Why is LUID not parsing correctly? Because if this works, even if we don't steal the token at the end, we can just then put on one more command, steal token PID blah, and we'll be good. Oh shit, I just realized it's after midnight. This is angering me. Actually, I probably need to call it there. We're gonna have to finish fixing this probably Saturday night. So tomorrow night will be mentoring with Salty. So for all my new folks, Tuesdays and Thursdays I do a mentoring stream with my buddy Salty Demon 86. And he's a buddy I've played video games with, and I love the guy. He wanted to start. I was looking for somebody to start teaching some cybersecurity stuff for, because I knew I was going to get new folks on the stream. And so Salty is a fantastic guy. I love him to death. So we do those every Tuesday and Thursday. We're going through Try Hack Me, basically, just hitting stuff up. So we'll be doing that tomorrow night. Friday night is my off night, because I got to have time to spend with the family and the wife. Otherwise, they'll probably murder me in my sleep. And then, so we'll probably pick this up Saturday and try to figure out what it's doing, because it's just nuts right now. I don't get why. So I know what the problem is here. The problem is there's an order of executions issue. I don't get why it's doing it, though. And it's probably because sleep, which is this coding language, is a hot dumpster fire. And I really hope that the guy who created it has found Jesus, because if he ever runs into anybody who has to deal with sleep on a daily basis, they'll probably kill him. In Minecraft. I don't know if I can even say that. Right, let's check InfoSec streams and see if we are... Oh, DJ Chateau is on again. Let's see what he's up to. Yeah, he's online. What's he working on right now? Web Security Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, let's give him a raid again. I raided him last night, and he's like usually the only other person that's on at this part. Dude, it is a dumpster fire. This code. I'm trying to flow control comparisons, exceptions, assertions. Assertions are a simple script debug mechanism. An assertion statement is a guard that makes sure a condition is true. Sleep will exit. Okay. It's so weird. Yeah, I rated him last night. He seems like a really cool guy. And so, let's go set up the raid real fast. Yeah, we'll hit him up. He's doing web stuff right now, too. So, all right. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. This was a much longer stream than I had kind of anticipated, because who needs sleep? Apparently, we do, to make Cobalt Strike work. So, I'm going to update this on the GitHub real fast here. Play GitHub. Let's see. How many lines are we up to? We are up to 1,223 lines. Code. I think I got them all. Can't tell. Hang on. I can't tell because that screen is too small that it's on. Okay, cool. We did get all the code. So, commit. Not working, but added silver ticket multi-quest month. Multi-TT. There we go. Commit changes. All right. Does he know about big bounties? I don't know. I think right now he's doing a fundraiser for their local hackerspace, but all right. Let me go ahead and start the raid off. All right. We are good to go. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. It was a lot of fun, even though sleep was elusive and beat us down again. So tomorrow night, we're going to do mentoring with Salty. And then Friday night, everyone go have a good time. Spend time with friends and family. Saturday, we'll do Saturday Hacked Live, as I like to call it. And we'll hit this up some more. So everyone, y'all have a fantastic night. Let me see if I got the raid started here. Wait, what happened to the raid? You piece of shit. I had it started. Start raid. Oh, it says we're already raiding him. What happened? Okay, I don't know. You're being stupid, Twitch. All right, everyone, take care. I love you. I hope you all have a fantastic night. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.